Okay, you know what? We should be on just chatting. However, the fan art is about Umineko, so let's keep Umineko on so people don't come in and see spoilers. What? Why so early? It's not early. It's daylight savings time. I'm late. True, so true. How is the sound? Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Mouse. Hope you're well today. It's not daylight savings in the UK yet. We'll get with the program. Your music might be a smidge too high. Okay, I can turn it down. Yeah, I turn it down a smidge. Any chance you will drop to one Umi stream when you start playing Baldur's Gate 3? Yes, there is a chance of doing that, yeah. I don't know if we're gonna do that or not, but there's a chance. Hey Joe, did you watch the new Death Stranding trailer? No, because I definitely know I'm gonna play that, and I know that I'm gonna stream it, so why would I ruin any of the surprise for myself by, I don't think that was the case with Death Stranding, right? So it would be fine. I need to go put my laundry in the dryer because it started beeping as soon as I started, so I'll be right back. People are piling in anyway. Also, we're gonna try and do fan art in 30 seconds today. All of it in 30 seconds. We have 1 second for each fan art. No, we're gonna do 30 seconds for each piece instead of 90. Because despite the faster approach with 90 seconds, it's still not fast enough. So we're gonna go to a little bit more extreme thing. So it's gonna be 30 seconds or however long it takes me to read the fan art and show it all if there is like multiple parts to it, whichever one is longer. That's what we're gonna try and do. Obviously, if there's a video and it's longer than 30 seconds, we'll cut the video off hard at 30 seconds and we'll say better luck next time, fan artist. Break it up into chunks. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Like no, like obviously, like yeah. We're back. Okay, I'm back in the closet. What? Would watching the Death Stranding on stream with chat be feasible? My weeb, we already streamed the whole thing right when it came out. Oh, do you mean the trailer? Watching the new trailer with chat? No, I don't want to do that. No, I'm good, thanks. I'm good. How you feeling today? I'm so tired. Apart from that, I'm feeling good, but I'm so fucking tired. Oh man. DST getting to you, huh? DST is the least of the reasons why I'm tired right now, Annie. But you know, it's a factor, sure. Oh man, what a year the last week has been. I thought you were gonna do Metal Gear Solid before Baldur's Gate 3. That was when people were telling me that the new Baldur's Gate 3 patch was gonna be so important, and now I feel like that's not the case. So we can just go into Baldur's Gate 3. Oh. Short stream today for sleep purposes. I don't know. We'll see how the reading goes. We shall see. Oh, good stretch. Good stretch. Good stretch. Good stretch. Okay. Wait, when is Baldur's Gate 3? Returnal is probably going to be this week. Maybe one stream next week on Tuesday. And then 1000 X Resist is probably going to take 1 to button my shoe. Not Tuesday next week. Sorry, Wednesday. Probably 3-4 streams. So then we'll do a filler stream. So my guess is that Baldur's Gate 3 is going to start on April 2nd. That conflicts with something. Okay, maybe it's not going to. Maybe it's not going to. Shit. Okay, we'll decide. We'll decide. You going solo or co-op? For Baldur's Gate 3? I was assuming going solo. How are your DMs, streamer? I have literally hundreds of DMs. Because I, like an idiot, just accepted every single message and friend request that I had. And now I have to deal with the consequences. I have a DM from H-Bomber Guy that I haven't even read yet, that has been sitting there for days. And I can't even see it on my list anymore. Because I have so many DMs. Read it on stream and have to scroll through my whole entire list. Oh no, the consequence of my actions? I know, right? I know. How many gifts hosted prioritize my DMs? This is a pay-to-win experience. It is not. Sorry, no. It's not. It's not. If you want me to prioritize your DMs, you have to be cute, you have to be funny, and you have to immediately understand what I'm saying to you the first time instead of me having to explain it 3 or 4 times afterwards. If you can pull all that off, you already know who you are. Sorry, I'm flirting on stream. No, lock it. All right, fan art. Okay, 30 seconds. Oh my god. Okay. Black screen? What do you mean black screen? What? Oh, there you go. I'm sorry. Okay. Don't play that. Don't play that. No, outer full screen. Okay, then we close that. Close that. We close the timer. Okay, so like I said, we're gonna try and do around 30 seconds for each one. And I'm sorry, fan artists, but like even with the 90-second arrangement, we are not ever getting like ahead of the fan art that is coming in. The music is still too loud. Okay, I can turn it a little bit, sure. There you go. What the hell, 30 seconds? It's still gonna end up probably being more than 30 seconds, but that's the goal, and we always overshoot the goal, and then we'll be fine. Okay. Love that Maria is the gremlin. Okay, here we go. We're starting. By Sam, an unintellectual. She's here to light up your life as long as you are in the room she is situated in and the power is on. Thank you, Anin Cafe Pizza, for helping me figure out how the hell to draw this dress in this position. Damn. Would this still be like called trapeze? Stop looking up here, stupid. The plot's just getting good. Flipping the chessboard. Maria Goblin is as a chat pointed out. The Battler is inexplicably so much taller than everyone else because he's the 5'10" Chad. Nice. Is it a punching glove? A boxing glove? The gun is going crazy. Yay, George. That's good. Cool. Artistic, like whatever the hell these are called on the chandelier sticking out. Nice. Tassels, is that what they're called? Are you not chandeliers still called castles? Oh no, I'm sorry. No. Oh man, I got so little sleep, chat. I'm sorry, and it's on like a bad run of sleep at the same time. I'm trying. Thank you very much, Salmon. Unintellectual. I can't talk. It's gonna be bad stream. Bad stream. It's not letting me hit the button. It is letting me hit the button. Here we go. Another chandelier. Are they all chandelier chans? By Zephorix. Very late because I'm still catching up with the streams, but here's my art of chandelier chan. This time I actually spent a lot of time doing some experimental coloring methods, to me at least, and I think it turned out very good. I agree, it did turn out very good. Is it more trapeze? What is this called? With the when you kind of move yourself in like fabric curtains kind of thing. Cool. Aerial silks, is that what they're called? Hair kind of looks like an upside down flame, like from the chandelier. That's cool. Oh, you painted one of her nails. Oh, that's cool. I really like that. Neat. Aerial circus, really? Good job, Zephorix. Good job. Thank you. Have you ever considered postponing stream like 2 hours and getting a nap in when you need to? I can't nap. No, I can't nap. It's impossible for me to nap. Again, I have to say this to a lot of different people. Like, I have a sleep disorder. I have narcolepsy. It's not possible for me to nap. If I go to sleep and I can fall asleep, I'm asleep for hours. That's it. Crackle E by Viff. Live reaction. I got possessed, decided to sub the electronic candles for wax ones because the electronic ones look a bit odd. I'll try to polish this during the next Umineko stream maybe. Cheers, and I'm sorry. Why are you sorry? People love Chandelier Chan. Chandelier. Live reaction. Crackle. That's good. Where can I buy the chandelier? I mean, you know, give it time. Maybe. She's so fine. Are these still like classified as beads? Probably? Or is it just jewelry? That's very creative. 3 different very creative renditions of Chandelier Chan. Holy shit. Damn. They all love Nanjo. What is this? Okay. This is like a little sweat droplet. Is it because the chandeliers are giving off a lot of heat, or is our Chad Nanjo actually a little nervous with all the attention he's getting? What do you think, chat? Is it just a heat reaction? Is Nanjo a Chan by default? Chanjo? Maybe. He's shy. Can Nanjo be shy? Look at the flex with these designs here too. Damn. Thank you, Viff. Thank you. Viff again, riffing off the beautiful chessboard Chan with my version of Chandelier. Oh, you flipped the chessboard, Chan. Okay, I see. I gotta spin the board. Sigh, here we go again. Oh, this time she's attached to the ceiling still and is hovering there like a chandelier angel. I really like the jacket. Was this hard to do? I would imagine that this is hard to do, to get all the squares proportional with like the curve of the fabric. This looks like a nightmare to me, but maybe it's because I don't have any artistic skill whatsoever. Maybe it's not that bad, but like that looks incredibly difficult. It was fun, was it? That's good. I'm gonna be sick. Chessboard socks. Cool, thank you, Viv. Have you played chess IRL? I am so cool. I was in the chess club when in high school. I have played chess competitively. I used to be really good at chess. I haven't played chess in... Okay, I have played chess with the boys, but I haven't played chess against like a peer or an adult in 23 years, something like that. It's been a long time. Garlic bread. In honor of the Umineko streams, I present to you Joe Battler. Who the hell's Joe? Who's Joe? Who's Joe? That is a very stylish Joe Battler there. Holy fuck. When is the emote coming? I don't know. I think we have enough Umineko emotes, although I am extremely fond of the ones that Jads has now with Jodeler and Moustress like pointing and cackling. This could be an updated profile pic for me on Jadsto. It's been a long time since I updated my profile pic. Did daylight savings kick in, or are you starting a little early? Say daylight savings kicked in. Yep. Do you think Finn could beat Hello Neighbor? Yes, absolutely. He could beat Hello Neighbor. Finn is really good at games. Oh, speaking of, sorry, this is going to be on the screen for a little bit longer because I need to yap. Speaking of, the game Astrobot has lost a point. Let me tell you why the game Astrobot has lost a point with me. Because I had only played Astrobot. I didn't know about any of the other games. I knew they existed, but I didn't know. The girls, Kate and Mila, have discovered the game that came with the PlayStation, I guess, Astro's Playroom or whatever, okay? And now I know from watching them play it that Astrobot is just like a really extended level pack of fucking Astro's Playroom. It's exactly the same. It's the same shit. So like, I don't know, man. Astrobot is a little less special to me now. It's still a fun game, don't get me wrong, but it's like, oh, all right, I didn't realize. So we mean duh. How am I supposed to know something exists without knowing it exists? Game of the year? I know. He has acquired the information. Yeah, we told you. I didn't know. I thought it was like a 2D game or just like some stupid VR thing that you just played around with. I didn't realize it was like exactly the fucking same thing, and they just made more levels of that. You literally owned Astro's Playroom. I literally didn't launch it. I didn't fucking play it. I never even seen it. Why would I do that? Okay. Oh no, I have 2 hot dogs. I hate hot dogs now. Okay. And yeah, what's the problem with that? What's the problem with that? If someone came over to you and tried to pass off a hot dog as this brand new culinary invention that they discovered, and then you eat it and you're like, oh my God, this is so revolutionary. This is such a fucking good hot dog. And then it turns out, oh, down the street, they've been selling these for a while. It's not that special. It's all over the place. You'd be like, okay, I still like the hot dog, but it's a little less special to me now. No one said that. It's literally in the pin, my dude. It's literally in the pin. But he also made the first hot dog. All right, you got me. But it's still a little less special, you gotta admit. You gotta admit it's a little less special. No, it has to be a little less special, really? What do you mean, no? What do you mean, no? Would you really want a special hot dog? This hot dog is an analogy. Let's go play Metaphor Refantasio right now. This hot dog came first. Okay, maybe some of you don't understand. It has the exact same movement system, the exact same perspective, the exact same level design, the exact same floor, the foot laser or whatever. It literally is, just feels like a level pack of Astro's Playroom. It's the same shit. Okay, and oh my god. Oh man. No. No. Okay, I'm done. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. You once clowned on a guy who didn't like Lies of P because it wasn't as original as Dark Souls. Yeah, that's not the same thing though. That's not the same thing here. No, we're actually gonna get into a real argument. Let's just keep it funny. I'm moving on. Wait, I thought it was one of two. Uh-oh. Where's the two? Where's the two of two? I'll smooth garlic bread's images around. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. All right. Well, I'm not touching that decision then. Thank you, C806256, for Chessboard Chan. Dizzy from all the spinning she has to endure. All right then. Look at her go. I'm sorry, Chessboard Chan. Again, with the commitment to the pattern. Chessboard. Why does a chessboard have cleavage? Shouldn't she be as flat as a board? Thank you. We should also hotkey this fan art, so whenever someone says spin the chessboard, I can hit that hotkey on. We'll have like fucking like 9 of them by the end. It'll be like playing a rating as a warlock in fucking World of Warcraft by the end. Holy shit. Thank you, C8. Weiwei shot football trick. Okay, can I? This should be loud enough, I think. Let's see. Is there sound? For example. There is sound. It is so quiet. Is it quiet for you guys too, or just for me? It's very quiet. I can't turn it up higher. Hold on, can I? Okay, I can. 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna put it up by 10 decibels. You tell me if this is too high. Here we go. For example, think of a. Okay, how's that? Does it need to be louder still? For example, think of a literal seesaw. Still too low? Okay, I'm putting it to 30. Okay, now it literally cannot get any louder. So if you can't hear it this time, we're screwed, I guess. For example, think of a literal seesaw. Place it. That's okay? Okay. All right. Here we go. It's quite quiet, so you might have to turn the volume up. Okay. For example, think of a literal seesaw. Place it. No! Now it's technical difficulties. What do you mean? For example, think of a literal seesaw. Place it in a park. Okay, all right. And now we're gonna put a shot put ball on it and show you a trick. For example, think of a literal seesaw. Place it in a park. Okay, all right. And now we're gonna put a shot put ball on it and show you a trick. This is not a trick. That's just killing someone with a shot put ball. Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Weiwei. Thank you. Let me turn this down to 0 before I blow everyone's eardrums out. Okay, let's trash the gain here. Okay. And let me hit play. Here we go. Okay, we good? Oh shit. Okay, don't need to answer that. All right, sorry. Oh, by the way, I got my blood test results, and oh, doctor office, we don't test for anything. We're not going to get you good information. Guess who's deficient in vitamin D? Me. So who's owned now? All right, who's owned now? Everyone in winter places. That's true. Yeah, that's true. I was already taking a supplement, so it's good to know. So I need to take a second supplement. And that's all I'm deficient in. That was the only deficiency they told me about. So you're saying you need more D in your life? I do need more D, yep. Literally you because you sick? Yep. That's true. That's true. That's a good PSA actually, because some people might not know that. If you live, is it anywhere in the Northern Hemisphere? Pretty much. Like, you're gonna be deficient in vitamin D during the winter. Like everyone, pretty much all year round, you should probably take it anyway. You should always be taking a vitamin D supplement. Yeah, I was taking a multivitamin. Before I was taking like drops for vitamin D, and then I switched over to a multivitamin, thought it was enough, but it wasn't. So I'm gonna go back to the drops now, in addition to the multivitamin. Is vitamin D the sun one? Yes, it is the sun one. Yep. Nothing better than being handed the "I told you so" card to an authority figure. I just wish it wasn't for a medical problem. It's a minor medical problem. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, sorry. By outsmarting the mattress hypothetical, like, I'm sorry, the what? Includes a bonus image, which is Umineko episode 1 spoiler. Episode 1 spoilers do start with the next image. Oh, okay. Okay, all right. So we're going to go into episode 1. So everyone should be fine with that, but just in case. Crowbar? Breaking in. What was the hypothetical here? It was like when we were in the hotel part of Persona 3, we were talking about mattresses and bullshit, weren't we? It was like, oh, what if you pick mattress or blankets forever, wasn't it? And then Ronald McDonald. Breaking into a Burger King where Ronald McDonald can't get. Yeah, I remember this now. Yeah, that's good. Fan arts are losing context now. They just sound ahead. This is why we need to get on top of it, and we need to be able to get to the fan arts, like, so they're being shown more promptly after their formation. Yeah, this is the new approach. The new approach. Meanwhile, I've been on this image for 5 minutes and 45 seconds, or I just forgot to hit the button when we came over from the last one. I meant to do 30 seconds, so that's that. If I like, here's a new tech for the fan artist. If you can somehow in your description or in the image get me yapping about something that happened to me in Moncton or something with my kids, then you can definitely get your image on the screen for longer than 30 seconds. So anyway, thank you, Outsin. Thank you. More Outsin. Outsmarting the mattress hypothetical include. Oh, this is the bonus one. Ronald McDonald couldn't get in because of the Burger King charm on the door. That's really funny. Oh, hey, her headache went away in that scene too, right? She finally got some sleep. Nice one, Natsui. Do. Is that ketchup? Is it? It probably is. I forgot to get ketchup for the first few days I was in the new apartment. So when I went to McDonald's, I put like 2 of those little paper cup things, and I put 2 things worth of ketchup in it and just balanced it like on top of my food when I brought it home. Normal guy, yeah. And then I had some ketchup. Yep. I think ketchup in packets, it tastes sweeter, doesn't it? It tastes too sweet. I don't like ketchup that comes from packets compared to the ketchup that comes from a bottle. Why is it sweeter? Is it to like preserve it better or something? Like, I don't know. It's not as good. Some people like it better. That's Heinz ketchup. The bottle's Heinz ketchup too. To make you love it? It's differently mixed. Why would they do such a thing? Anyway, thank you, Hudson. Thank you. There are 40 types of ketchup? Nah, there's only one. There's only one. By Luna Panda. This is basically what happened, right? You should be addicted to shutting the fuck up. You want me so bad, you look stupid. Oh. And they were roommates. Okay, okay. Toxic Yuri. People don't ship these characters, right? No one would do that, right? That's not something that happens. Tom 5 seconds ago, I gotta go faster. Tom now, allow me to discuss the difference between bottled and packaged ketchups. Chat 5 seconds ago. Why is that chatter saying Tom? Chat right now. What the fuck? Who's Tom? Here we go. Here we go. Thank you very much, Lil Panda. Thank you. Tom. A nifty person. Magic is bullshit. I'm not stubborn, I'm right. Actual vortex, unexplainable by science. He's just like me for real. What is this? The Bitorichi shrine in the background? Wait, what's that? Where the fuck is the dog? Wait, hold on. Who is that? I can't turn it around. I can't turn it around. What is it, chat? It's Waffles? It's Makoto. Oh, the crossover from Persona. Sat upon. Crossover? Exactly. Exactly. Oh, it's because the zipper tab is a cross. Oh, it really was a crossover. Nice. Nice. This is Smug Battler. Do. Excuse me. Joms Arichi? Yeah, we're matching the one down here too, yeah. Although it's just on the T table, right? I wonder how they're going to explain the unexplainable by science vortex. Thank you, nifty person. Thank you. By Simsy, I kept hearing it as this. By the fifth Twilight? Why is there by the at the top? By the fifth Twilight. Breaking Dawn. 2 disc limited edition includes UK exclusive features. I don't know why I'm reading the DVD cover of the Twilight Saga Breaking Dawn. I don't know why I'm reading it. I don't know why I'm reading it. I have not seen a single Twilight movie. I have read the first book though. I think, yeah, great. Really? Are we really gonna do that? No. I think if I had read Twilight without knowing about Twilight beforehand, I would have been really confused at the tree scene when Bella finds out for the first time what happens to vampires when they go in sunlight. I don't think I would have fully been prepared or understood what the fuck was happening in that scene. For some reason, I actually have seen the first movie. Of all the fucking movies I haven't seen, that's the one I have seen. You have to read the book for Jelly Jonah. Jelly? Is Joe not spoiling the Twilight? Yeah, who cares? Like, you should know by now what happens with the Twilight universe vampires when they go out in sunlight. Actually, maybe that is a spoiler. Is that just specific to him, or all the vampires, they have that? I read half the first book. It's pretty atrocious, lol. I didn't enjoy it. No, I did not enjoy it. Nah, it's all vampires as far as I know. Is it? Okay. Is Twilight better than 50 Shades of Grey? Which one's better? If you didn't know this, and maybe I'm spreading misinformation, 50 Shades of Grey is based off of a Twilight fanfiction that was spun into its own thing. Twilight clears. Do you really think so? Twilight has a plot, so it wins? Doesn't 50 Shades of Grey have a plot? I haven't read that or seen the movie yet. Twilight was written competently. So all you have to do is just to wait for someone to write something worse than what yours is, and then all of a sudden your thing is way better. Okay, it's been 3 minutes. I'm sorry. We're moving on. Thank you, Simsy. Thank you.
By garlic bread. Oh, it's moved over. Nuh-uh, you're wrong. I'm right. Spin the chessboard. Oh, they're fighting. They're fighting. That's actually really funny. Fucking Jom's activating cat mode for a little while. Beatrice doesn't know what to do. Is Beatrice also spinning it back with her pipe here or no? Has Beatrice smoked the pipe yet, or is it just a magic wand pipe? She did? It's magic? She puffed smoke at some point? She hit that shit? It still look cool? Okay. Thank you, garlic bread. I want some garlic bread now. By Oko. Just a wholesome girl's day out. Ayaya. Here lies Kinzo the cuck. Beatorici just in the cuck coffin. Holy shit. This is the cute Shannon and cute Beatrice here. Damn. Do. Would you be capable of fixing Beatrice? No. No. This is from the beach scene, right? I don't know why I'm going backwards just to find it. You know, and your streams might have helped with that. Now doing 10 push-ups each day and eating protein first time. I'll keep on it. Anangan Rama, good luck with it. Try and slowly ramp up every single day. Like do a couple more activities and try to keep hitting your protein benchmarks. Fucking cuck coffin joke got me wheezing. Thank you, Oko. Thank you. Gorgeous as always. Thank you. Excarlinix. She's just bored. She's just messing around, just smashing the pipe over Natsui's head to give her the headaches. Poor Natsui. Mitsuki the later years. Oh, good callback actually. Good callback. Cackle E, cackle E, cackle E. Thank you very much, Xcara. High Law. Oh, no decrepit dragon this time as a treat. Okay. Umineko's Ludo Kino strength comes from its show, tell strategy. Truly peak media, only behind books. Okay. Behold the sweet fish. Did you do the whole thing? What the fuck? Wow, this is longer and harder to parse than one of those stupid wordy comics. How does it even fit inside the frame? Fucking the hand? Excuse me, sir. You're looking at the wrong piece of furniture. I'm down here. Pleasant evening, is it not? Allow me. As you can see, the joke lies in the absurdity of the long epitaph, which requires a half-page spread to be viewed in full, making it evident it would be an impossibility in real life, thus breaking the fourth wall, adding an extra layer of humor to the gag. Consequently, this may inspire a smirk, mayhap even laughter. Now, please finish your tea before it gets cold. Oh, and to you, dear Persona 3 fan, a gift by way of an apology for making you suffer through this bit of an unrelatable content. Must have been a wee tough. The fucking I don't know which one of these is funnier, but right now I think it's the prepaid month to a Twitter checkmark. That's an amazing own. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Well done, Hyla. Well done. The stray, I don't think these are strays. I think this is fucking 2 shotgun rounds right to the chest, my weeb. Holy fuck. We know this one wasn't magic. Fucking hell. Thank you, Hyla. Thank you. Holy shit. Vif is back, but still, hold on, but still, shouldn't that day be far in the future for Aniki, and shouldn't those deaths visit him one at a time? That bastard, doesn't he have even a speck of human sympathy in him? Ew. Ew. The drama. My favorite moment from Friday's stream, peak acting on both sides. This was the Greg stream? Yeah, it was the Greg stream, yeah. Yeah. Still thinking about Greg's narration? Oh man. It was so good. So good. Thank you, Viv. Thank you. Mr. to imagine that this is what Ken was seeing during that scene. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, thank you, Mr. Sunrise. This is so sad. Alexa, play Patan Patan. Oh man. Okay, alright, okay, alright. Thank you, Mr. Sunrise, thank you. I'm gonna pay you $100 to fuck off. Yeah, pretty much, that's how it came across. It's probably what happened. This is from Trailer Park Boys, isn't it? Although maybe the meme format has transcended that now, right? I haven't seen any Trailer Park Boys episodes, but I have seen some clips from it. The one where he goes in and he tries to hang something in the ladies' bathroom and ends up just destroying the whole entire part from the wall is one of the funniest scenes I've ever seen from any show ever. And that's out of context, that clip. I also like there's a bit where he goes back to high school and gets his high school diploma, and now he's like lord of the trailer park. It's unheard of that someone got back and finished high school. Oh man. Tom, you live in Atlantic Canada, how could you not watch it? Yeah, it's true, yeah. More of a Letterkenny fan, haven't watched an episode of that either. It's not his diploma, it's his grade 10 literacy. Oh, it's grade 10. Okay, he got his grade 10. Thank you, Riddy. Thank you. Also, for no reason at all, thank you for Beatrice in a suit. Thank you very much. Thank you. By Ash, use a large enough brush with a lot of line weight for this drawing to try and make it feel more dynamic. Also, Umineko-chan finally has a tail that I completely forgot about in my previous drawings. Umineko-chan. Interesting. Oh man, the sword, the action pose. Holy shit. Look at this. Cool. Sea Cat? Yeah, I remember Umineko-chan, yeah. Does the old Choo Choo full stream ahead from back in the day have anything to do with your real name? No, it's just a pun on full steam ahead on a train. Yeah, full stream ahead. Got nothing to do with my name, no. do do. Do do do. Do do. Look at that. Looks cool. I think it worked. I'm not the one to judge, sorry Ash, but I think it worked. I really like that. It looks cool. Neat. Thank you. Also by Ash, I placed my Dark Magician girl in spread eagle position? What? Current stream Umi 2. I drew this a few weeks ago, though. Lol, sorry for rapid fire arting. Stakes of Purgatory are 100% chance. Is this preemptive chanting? Do. I don't know if it counts as preemptive chanting. Think Yu-Gi-Oh, Joe? That doesn't help me, Jelly? Doesn't help me, Merrick? It's pre-made chanting. The game already did preemptive chanting, so it's just a rendition of preemptive chant supplied by the game itself. Okay, all right. Okay, I can live with that. That's fine. That's fine. It's post-emptive chanting. The writer already made the chants, so it's just chanting. Channing Latum. Carol Channing? Prefab Chan? Chan's right off the assembly line? I'm so confused. Is this your first stream? We love our Chans here. Even I know of Dark Magician Girl. Even I know that. And I don't even know Yu-Gi-Oh! Thank you very much, Ash. Thank you. Oh boy, Old Man Dragon is back. By Xcara. Is this the power of having good writing, good characterization, and good story? Oh shit, I just punched the microphone. My bad, sorry. Ready to go steak chans? Psh, nothing personal, goat. Personnel. Nani? Oh, this is interesting. Let's see where it goes. Why, man? Why? This is literally, oh my god, I'm gonna say something now. Literally how my grandfather used to dress, and his name was also Tom. Like, literally how my grandfather used to dress. Oh, fucking hell. Woof, I have a persona. I am a robot. I'm on the team now. I can understand dogs, by the way. Yeah, nope. Story can't be serious anymore. The fucking holding the fucking back. No. Hey, to be clear, I am tolerating this for the good parts. Meanwhile, in Persona 3, these were the good parts, okay? Alright? Come on. Come on. God damn. God damn. So owned. So owned. Thank you, Xcara. Thank you. Coffee Chino? Drew Beato sneaking... sneaking around in a cardboard box that was mentioned in stream today. Damn, look at all of this. Holy shit. Decoy wallpaper? Look at all this. Cool. Is your middle name and last name Jerry? No, no. That would be good, but no. It's a modified background for the game. Is it? I don't remember seeing this background in the game. The wallpaper definitely isn't Decoy. You're Rorsharking yourself? How do you say that? Rorschach? Rorschach? Rorschaching yourself? Raw shack. Raw shacking yourself? Shacking yourself? Gotta go back to the shack? I barely finished connections today, by the way. Barely. It was close. I had one shot left and I got it. But I did get it. I did get it. Thank you, Coffeecino. Luna Panda of Sheep and Wolves. Oh, look at the wolf shadows in the background. Cool. Fifty Shades has an insane half excuse of a plot where the main antagonist never appears that could only result from serial publishing week by week. Oh, does it? Was it really published that way? Is your name Thomas D10? D10? Kenjin? It is. Yep, you got it in one. Yep, it is. Congratulations. You did it. Yes on a Blackberry. Oh, was it really? I didn't know that. It was written as a fanfic, but so not really published weekly. But okay, but didn't they like change a lot of stuff for the book release? I'm guessing they did, right? This is really cool, Luna Panda. I like the shadows a lot. The framing battler looking at the portrait. That's really cool. Tone Deaf Joe moment. Who's Joe? After all the horrendous things I've done to you, you still think of me as your mom? Ooh. Hey, chat wanted me to do it. Chat was pushing me into doing it, okay? Not all chat? Yes, all chat. Yes, all chat. Is this it? On my instance, the gnome woo sound? It was pretty funny. It was pretty funny. We need to do the gnome. We need you to do the gnome noise for Jetsaya. Probably. I don't think I can do it. Have you seen the full video of that? Yeah, I didn't know there was a full video. Did you guys tell me? Because if you did, I forgot. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, thank you, Best and Bake. Thank you. Thank you. The no fucking no. The expression. Thank you. Thank you. By Xscara. Oh, what the hell? I am not a weeb. I defy you, Cackle. You, holy shit, you are not real, damn you. What the fuck? Yes. What? Tap? Many have. No, she is so pretty and blonde. I am not a weeb, am I? Oh no, he's back. God damn it. Whoa, what's this? What's dripping down there? That's fucking cool. Look at that. That's cool. How long is the recovery time of Old Man Dragon using this power gonna be? Probably a couple months? Or is this the last time ever? Welling waves of tears in recognition of what patience will provide when we're radiating celestial bodies fatefully collide. Hey, hello, a joy to finally meet you. Hey, hello, Beatrice. Beatrice Brainrot is real. She is so cute. Yeah, it is. I had a dream the other night. I was streaming Umineko. In my defense, that happens when you do something a lot, the Tetris effect thing. Like, sometimes you dream of things that you're doing all the time, yeah. That's beautiful, man. Is it? What happened in the dream? I don't want to talk about it. Thank you, Xscara. Thank you. Gorgeous art, gorgeous. Soleus World? Anne, who gave you that French fry? an amazing crossover again. Is that half a decoy on here? What the fuck? Ooh, I told you it was Ronald McDonald. Ooh. Fucking inspired. Wow. Is there a second one? It's 1 and 2. Why would you take a single french fry with you? Just eat it at the airport. That's not possible. With Ronald McDonald's magic, he will keep feeding you french fries until you're full. But it's just and fry. I could. You can't eat another fry because Ronald McDonald will keep feeding you fries until you're full. If you could eat another fry, you aren't full. Sure, but I control how many fries I buy. I won't buy any more than I can eat. You don't believe, do you? You better not disrespect him. Ronald McDonald will keep feeding you fries until your stomach explodes. Okay, I understand now how unhinged this sounds when you don't know the full hypothetical. Okay, I get it, because I could see her saying that. It's got big Maria fucking vibes. No, even if you do, no, we had to go there because chat wasn't going along with the hypothetical. They didn't believe in it. They didn't believe in it. Amazing. Thank you, Soulless World. Thank you. Do you have any interest in playing Toho? Read the room. We're doing the fucking and French fry Ronald McDonald hypothetical fan art. What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't think we're ever gonna play Toho. I don't think so. You gonna narrate alone today? Yes, I am solo today. Yes. I think the collab reading streams will only happen on Saturdays. And I think it's gonna be 3 of us this Saturday. I think it's gonna be Mouse, Jelly, and myself on Saturday. I think. Not confirmed yet, I think. Just found a clip of you laughing at the thought of ever reading Umineko during the Devil May Cry 5 stream. Okay, I think this new approach is good. I'm overtime consistently on every single one, but I'm not overtime with the other one. So I'm always going to be overtime, so it's good. Okay, let me turn audio capture off. H-Bomber guy wanted to come to you, didn't read the DM. I did read that DM already, yeah. It's the follow-up that I haven't gotten to yet. You know. Because suddenly had to move, like, during that. Instead of the gnome sound, we can always go for... Joe tries doing the gnome sound for Jet Set 2025. Okay, let's try it then. Stupid gnome sound. All right, let me hear it a couple more times. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Excuse me. Woo! Woo! Oh! Can't do it. I can't do it. I am trying. It's too like low. I don't know. You have to like, yeah, Ball is right. You have to kind of growl a little bit. You go, no. Oh. This is embarrassing. That's the point. It's meant to be embarrassing. Owl Joe, that one was good. What do you mean that one was good? Can't cackle, can't make the gnome sound disappointing. Yeah, I'm very sorry. I'm sorry I can't do the gnome woo sound. Oh. Oh. No. Is it, can I get there from Yoda? Can I get there from Yoda? Marge? What do you mean that's Marge? That's Yoda. Actually, Marge Simpson. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. Can you say Homer? I don't want to. do it? Do I do the Yoda calibration first, where I go, do it? I can't. I'm still laughing. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Hold on. I need a second. I need a second. I need a second. That's just that's my argument. Chat's saying it's Marge. I don't know. Homer. No, it's more Yoda than Marge. It's more Yoda. That's Yoda. That's not Marge. Yeah, there we go. Now it's Yoda. What do you mean now it's Yoda? It was always Yoda. Miss Piggy from the Muppets? I can't do Miss Piggy. Kermie, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't get that low with fucking Miss Piggy. Yoda with the Marge wig. That was half Kermit. What do you mean it was half Kermit? That was a good. I do a good Kermit. Hello, Kermit the Frog here. My Kermit's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. I can't do Yoda very well. I can definitely not do Marge. When did Greg get here? Jigglypuff, please. No. Can you say Metal Gear like Snake, but in Cookie Monster voice? What? Like Snake goes, Metal Gear, right? And you want that in Cookie Monster voice? Hold on. I can barely do one impression. Never mind one of my impressions doing another impression. Okay, how do I calibrate into Cookie Monster voice? Cookie Monster, I usually go, oh, I have new gift for you today, Mr. Doll. It is Cookie Metal Gear. Okay, alright, let's get the fucking story on the screen. Psycho Mantis. No, I can't. That was fucking becoming something else there. Holy shit. Alright, let's go. Umineko. Okay, can we hear the not a game? That isn't how Cookie Monster does questions though. Gotta go from scratch for sure. No, but they wanted it, the Cookie Monster doing an impression of Snake, I think. I hear seagulls. Okay, hold on. It's kind of low for me too. That? I don't have to do that. My Snake voice is not very good though. Make the Cookie Monster say, ooh. No, we have so much reading to do today. We're not doing shitty impression hour. No. I have to say thank you to bits and subs too. Any more interested in Silent Hill F, knowing that's written by the same guy who wrote Umineko? Actually, yes. Yep, I am actually. I would like to also play the other Silent Hill games at some point. When are you done playing Weeb games? Never. Never, ever. Never, ever, ever. Okay, thank you to the following people. And it starts with Yuri Was Taken's 100 bits. Offline subs start here. Thank you very much, Yuri Was Taken. Thank you to the following people. Yata Gara Susun Crow for the new sub. Assassin Mode. One Eye Monkey for the new subs. For the resubs. Glowy for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you, Eduardo Savs. Citroli. Edicus. Cheburasheka, all for the resubs. Would you go on Cracking the Cryptics YouTubers Solve Sudoku with Simon series? Fuck no. Fuck no. It took me 4 minutes to do the New York Times mini crossword today, and 3 of those minutes was trying to get the last letter of like 2 clues that are intersected that I didn't know the answer to either of them. So no, I am terrible. I'm better at Sudoku than I am at the word puzzle, I will admit, but like sometimes I tunnel like real hard. So yeah. I did in 33 seconds. Well, I did it not that much longer than that, except for the last letter, because I didn't know either of them, man. I didn't know either of them. Thank you, Banjo Jack, for the resub. Thank you, Mr. Kirby, as well. Thank you, Electron Active Area. Alg33 for the resubs. Suni for the new sub. Welcome, welcome. Knert36 for the resub. This is my first Umineko stream. Is it really that good? You don't want to stick around for this one. You want to go and watch the first one. Unironically, it does take a while to get going. So, you know, like you want to probably watch it on ×2 speed until about the 4-hour mark and then see how it goes. Now, on the one hand, that sounds like a hard sell, 4 hours until it gets good. But on the other hand, like the story is like well over 100 hours long. So that's not a lot of its runtime. And I know that sounds rich coming from me, but yeah, unironically, this is one of those times where it really does get good multiple hours in. Yeah. Thank you, Meg's Sketches for the resub. When you were gone last week, I finished Outer Wilds. You should not stream more often so I can play the masterpieces. Life is Strange 2. That's true. That's true. I should. For Life is Strange 2 fans who've already gotten so much out of me, all 2 of them. Thank you, Pretty, for the resub. Thank you, Lily is Tilted for the resub as well. Finally handed in my master's thesis. Now I can focus entirely on Umineko. Oh, congratulations. You're going to get ahead of me. Thank you, Big Man Rat, for the resub. Since you're more or less locked in to read One Piece, can you confirm for us whether or not you'll also watch the non-canon movies as well? Also, thank you for the great stream. You know what? If I do have to read One Piece, I'll watch the non-canon movies as well. Because it's never going to happen. It's never going to happen. Never, ever. Never, ever. No way. There's no way Umineko is going to be overall better than Disco Elysium. Disco Elysium is a fucking like masterpiece, best video game writing ever. There's no way. There's no way. I do think it'll come somewhat close. However, there's no fucking way at the end of this I'm going to clap my hands and go, you know what? It was better than Disco Elysium. And if it was, I will say that. I will admit it. I will do it, okay? Because as people keep saying, like, I didn't think I was going to like this. I made fun of it, and it was miserable for the first 4 hours, and then it got interesting, and you gotta hand it to me. You gotta hand it to me. A lot of problems as a person, but I gave it a fair shot, and here we are, okay? Here we are. Oh, man. How annoying. How annoying. Thank you, Dowley, for continuing their sub, also known as a resub. Thank you, Key to Truth, for the resub. My wee friends are telling me it gets really good around the cat-made Neko Battler versus time-traveling Senpai Maria's secret twin sister. Hang in there. Thank you, Key to Truth. Looking forward to it. Thank you, Scrimbum, for the resub. Also, thank you to Jagar121. Thank you, Similar, for the new sub. Welcome. Clawfist. Thank you, Malevis, for the resub. Lara High for the new sub. Hi, welcome. Thank you for the new sub, Lara High. Thank you, Trijujate. One of those for the resub. Thank you, Captain Minette, for gifting out 5 gift subs. Thank you very much, Captain Minette. Thank you, Shebeep. Shout out to Naja. Oh, for the up. Yeah. Shout out to Naja. Yeah, for real. Shout out to Naja. Thank you very much, Shebeep. Thank you, Sadlel, for gifting a sub to Bill Nye the Cutie Pie. Oh, nice one. It's saved. Thank you, Sadel. Thank you, Matigno, for the new sub. Welcome. Thank you, Eardobe, for the resub. Zorgox for the bits. Sure would be a shame if every guest you had on was more entertaining than you, so put me in, coach. Ha ha ha, JK, unless... Oh, really? We're gonna guest shame me? We're gonna shame me via the guests? Oh, no. You don't even want to know the game that Jelly has proposed that we play on his stream. You don't even want to know. Oh my god. Thank you, Snot Girl, for the resub. Got Wordle in 2, and it's an Umineko day. Life is good. I got Wordle today in 4, I think. 4. Thank you, Potential Pizza, for the resub with a very long message. Hold on. You've created a hub for the Umineko community? I know, it sucks, doesn't it? It's really cool how many blind viewers are not just experiencing the story with you, but also theorizing and discussing as well. This is becoming something larger than just one streamer's read-through. Yeah, it's been like that for a while, actually. I've been told that a few times. It's nice. It's like a rediscovery of the VN for some people, and it totally deserves it. It's really well written. It has its problems, don't get me wrong, but it's really well written. I'm really enjoying it. Thank you, Toxel, for the resub. Thank you, Chaotic Despair, also for the resub. Ipsen13 as well. Tick Tickler used to say, when Natsui and Ava were going on about Family Head, they weren't talking about Kinsa. Thank you, Mango Juice XRA, for the resub. My favorite tank engine on Twitch. Oh, all right, thank you. Thank you, Mediocrity86, for giving us up. Mikert13 also for the resub. Can I get a long joms? Joms. Thank you, Top Virtuosity, for the resub. Hey, Thomas, big fan. I prefer Tom, if that's okay. Was wondering if Pentiment is still locked in after Baldur's Gate 3. Asking because would love to see you play a game with great writing. I think it is locked in. I think we will play it this year. I don't know exactly when, though, sorry. I don't think it's going to be exactly after Baldur's Gate 3, but it's possible. Sometime after Baldur's Gate 3, I think, but before the end of the year. Before Metaphor. Before Metaphor, after Baldur's Gate 3, the window narrows. There we go. Thank you, Takaka Agan, for the resub. In Bitorichi voice. Oh, Josephu, I can't do the Bitorichi voice. Sorry, you're gonna have to ask Mouse to do that. Thank you. No hope for my. Oh, it's muted, so I can't do it. No hope for my queer ass for the resub. Greetings, Tom. So far, 2025 has been much better for me personally than recent years. Hey, me too. Glad to see you back and enjoying yourself. I really am. It's been difficult, but way better than the last many years. Let's put it that way. Thank you. No hope for my queer ass. A wholesome, sweet message from my queer ass. Thank you. Waggish ZX for the resub. Nagiet04 for the new sub. Welcome. Quixotics for the bits. Persona 4 and 5 having actual setup and delivery for each of their party members and seriously considering how they should be integrated. C's walking into Tataris with some dude they found crying at a gas station, a dog, a child, a robot, and a homeless drug addict. Chat. Okay. All right. Persona 3 fans still taking the shots, I guess. Sorry about that. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's still going. I'm sorry. Thank you, Star Lopal, for the resub. Espar Senior for the resub as well. Keep on keeping toe. Thanks. Thank you, Sleepin' Pliskin, for the new sub. Junra for the new sub as well. Welcome to both of you. Clawfist, thank you for buying a ticket to the subway train, right? Full all aboard, choo choo, full stream ahead. There we go. We did some cringe welcome again as a treat. Thank you, Electron Active Area, for the bits. Hey, Tom. Beato really incarnated her inner Mitsuru on episode 3 and used Marin Karen to charm this chortler guy. That's good. That's good. True. Thank you, Annie, for press for the bits. Can't believe my feminist literature got so bored of its bumbling, goofy male protagonist that decided to introduce yet another female character to potentially take over the spotlight entirely. Angie, more like another Mary Sue in my story about a male character triumphing over the witch G Umineko. More like Umi Woko. Ugh. Uh-oh. During International Women's Month too, Annie? For shame. For shame. What are we doing here on this gamer stream? What are we doing? Thank you, Darius Carland, for the resub. 2 years as well. Thank you. Thank you, Jude Dude, for the new sub. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Elarim, for the resub. Imagine where in life you would be right now if you had stalled just a bit longer on that Leap Day stream and never got to the good part. Yeah. All of the dominoes. All of the dominoes. Thank you, Newsical, for the new sub. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much. Plofus. Thank you, Peppy91 for the resub. Lucas1 for the resub as well. Finnick for the bits. Loved episode 3, Joe. Thank you for streaming it. And I hope episode 4 is going to be just as good, right? Episode 4, the one everyone loves, right? That's what everyone says. Thank you, Materialist Thick, for the bits as well. Hi, Joe. I have a joke for you. What do you call... What do you call a French and Trinidadian threesome? A Nicki Minaj à trois? Okay, all right. Reluctant +2. All right, whatever. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Pickles Dickles, for the resub. Also, thank you to Inu Oblivion for the resub as well. Axel87 for the bits. For no reason at all, please check out how the French word fatigue sounds. I took some French in school, Axel87, so I know exactly where you're going with that. Very mature on the stream. Thank you very much. And last two on my list are Snipe Hunter 007 for the new sub. Welcome, welcome. And thank you, Haloli Ravioli, for the resub as well. Thanks to the streams, Tom. They were a welcome distraction in rough times. Hope you are doing well. I'm doing well. I'm a bit tired. I woke up now a bit, though. I woke up. By the way, do you have anything more to say about the end of episode 3? Not that I didn't say during stream last time, I don't think. No. I don't know. I'm a little worried that a lot more of the story than I have previously thought is unreliable, and there's a lot of things I should go through and like take accounting of a lot of what's happened, and then like, okay, maybe that's not how it happened, maybe that's not how it happened. Specifically, my mind keeps wandering back to the scene where Natsui went in and got the key from Genji and went back in and actually spoke to Kinzo. Like, I don't know. A lot of that stuff is like up in the air for me now, and I'm not sure. I also don't know how I feel about the like another character being added into the mix via the power of another witch. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see. I want more information before I start talking about it, because some of the reactions I have to what happened are negative. However, if I take the negative reaction and roll with it, and then it turns out that it's a good thing, it'll be the fourth time in the row that this story has made me start like criticizing it, and then it turns out they knew what they were doing and it was fine all along, and I should have trusted it. So maybe I should have more trust that it's going to go into good places. I'm not sure. I also don't know. I feel like I'm somewhat in the right area when it comes to the Genji, Shannon, and Canon split, like having some shenanigans going on with like the combined they count as one person or something along those, something in that area. And I don't know if I'm gonna like that, especially considering how many times it's been said that they count as deaths. So I'm not sure. I don't know. Not sure. Not sure. Anyway, we want to go read the tips for this one, right? So this is the new character, if you didn't see it. Want to go to tips. Okay, Portrait Epitaph. We've seen that one before. Witch's Letter. Game Record. Kinzo died in the first twilight. Chosen by the key of the golden land, offered a sacrifice. Died in the first twilight. The Chiesa Sisters Imperial Guard Corps, an Imperial Guard Corps formed by the Dragon King Pendragon in memory of the flight of the Red Dragon, composed only of sisters. They are technically subordinates of the Dragon King, but because of a long relationship with successive generations of Beatrices, it was permitted that 2 Imperial Guard soldiers be lent out. The sisters are simulated life forms created by magic. For that reason, further sisters with a great variety of personalities are continually being created even now. A great cost must be paid to manifest them in the human world, so summoning them can be quite a tricky prospect, even considering the tremendous fighting power they offer. For that reason, they are often summoned as honor guards to serve during special ceremonies. Like, I just like, none of these characters fit the fucking story, man. Like, I don't. Is it just all like, hey, I'm giving you anime to Battler to like make him want to leave magic? It's so fucking bizarre. Like, none of the stakes and the Chiesa sisters fit. Does Ranove fit? I almost said Genji. Why the fuck did I almost say Genji? Does Ranove fit? Renove, does he fit? Kinda. I think that kind of matches with Beatrice. Renove is definitely not as anime as the Chiesa sisters and the stakes for sure. Yeah. The stupid anime demon girls, and then the stupid anime bunny girls. And then the anime big tower battle that happened with the other witch. Huh. I don't know. Let's keep going. The Chiesa Golden Bow is one of the articles of sniping equipment used by the Chiesa Sisters Imperial Guard Corps. The arrow's trajectory can be controlled at will, but it takes special talent and special training to wield its true potential. For that reason, merely being able to equip it is an honor reserved for high-class snipers. It's a masterpiece anti-armor sniping bow, capable of penetrating a wide variety of armors and barriers with a rich array of ammo that may be used as the arrow's warhead. As a side note, the ammo primarily used during the story were wire-guided winged pierce rounds used during the story. Just outright saying story. The fact that they are wire-guided makes them heavily resistant to deception and capable of long-distance precision sniping amidst complicated indoor terrain. Wire-guided? What? Regarding the succession of witches, in the noble families of witches, family secrets are often inherited by a single child to prevent a propagation of hidden arts and a subsequent decline in their quality. This rule applies for the endless witches, so their most secret arts are passed down to a single pupil, and once one has passed down these arts to another, they retire to further stem their propagation. Custom dictates that a witch from another sect make a recommendation before succession may occur. Lambda Delta recommended Ava, Burncastle recommended Ange. It is unknown who recommended Beato. Furthermore, during the story, Beatrice inherited that name along with the position, but that is a very recent innovation. The predecessor was the original Beatrice, and all endless witches before her had different names. After that, it became customary for the name to be inherited as well, and Ava followed that tradition when giving Ange the name of Beatrice. So if Ava hadn't done that, in the would have been able to get her. Huh. I still really don't like that they were 1 second away from winning after committing so much goddamn time and effort into tricking Battler, and then they dropped the act right when he was about to sign. I don't like that, especially considering that Angie was about to break through the fourth wall and, you know, descend like an angel. I feel like I'm of two minds of it, because on the one hand, if it was going to get interrupted by an outside force anyway and Battler wasn't going to notice, then having that moment where it drops was kind of like an oh shit. So I get it. I get what they're going for, but at the same time, it really cheapens their characters and the commitment of what they just did, because they didn't know that Angie was about to break through the fourth wall. So to them, it's still stupid. So it's like it's writing. It's doing something that writers like to do. I've probably done it a few times myself. Writers know what's about to happen, so they feel more freeing that they're not ruining a plan because it's ruined anyway. So like, let's have this funny moment, but it just kind of makes them seem incompetent. So I don't really like that. The stalling is crazy. I mean, I'm talking about the story. This is installing. This is part of the stream experience, is it not? Do you guys want me to get to the reading? Okay. Thank you to Yuri was taken for gifting us up to No Hope for My. Thank you, Pigman Baby, for the resub. Umineko. Thank you, Snipe Hunter 007. I was thinking about that yesterday. It feels like you need an hour or two of Jelly and sort out who you think did what and what is real so far. Yeah, me and Jelly could do that. Probably pull apart the whole entire thing. I feel like we kind of did that last time we were on. I don't know. I feel like we hit something really big that time. Remains to be seen, I guess. That sounds awesome. Maybe. I don't know. I was talking about this with Mouse on the weekend. I'm kind of trying not to speculate as hard as I usually do when it comes to stories, because I'm just really enjoying the ride. Like it's a very long story, and I've been reassured several times now that the writer has a point and knows what they're doing. So I'm trying not to overly be logic mystery pilled about it and try to I'm gonna outsmart the writer. I'm gonna figure it out like I did when I was reading Shutter Island. I think I think I'm just taking more of a relaxed pace to it, but maybe that's not what I should do. I'm not sure. Again, of two minds of it. Of two minds. Just like Battler, I'm of two minds. Thank you. Yuri was taken for gifting a sub to Thomas. Okay, all right. No hope for my Thomas. Okay, all right, got it. Thank you. It was a non-linear gift sub joke. Thank you, Thaddeus Ex Machina, for the resub. Hey Tom, it's Thad, your Justice Arcana Parasocial link. Congrats on getting rank 3 with me. You did a great job getting music notes by telling me everything I wanted to hear today. Let's go get ramen next time. P.S. I loved your size slaps the table joke for me. Thank you very much, Thaddeus Ex Machina. Thank you. Lord Fifth Isith for the resub. Experiencing this story through these streams has been a blast. I hope that the story keeps up, but at this point, I would be more surprised if it doesn't. Oh, the faith. And thank you, the Magma Mancer, for the gift sub as well. Thank you for gifting one out. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So we're going into episode 4. Unlock? Unlock loading. Is there a secret episode down here, or like a secret like epilogue thing before the other one? Maybe? Probably, I guess. This story is very obviously fictional and fantastic in nature. Any resemblance to existing individuals, organizations, locations, and incidents are entirely coincidental. I don't remember how episode 4 starts. We didn't do it. I did after stream ended, and I just held control until I got to a thing I could save it, just in case I lost my save. But we didn't do it on stream. The first day, October 4th, 1986. How is the music? Oh, we're back on the fucking plane again. What? An intimidating chance of beating Disco Elysium if its translation was like 3, maybe 10 times better? Yes. Sound is good. Quiet, kinda. It's low. Sound is scuffed. What do you mean it's scuffed? Overall quiet. Okay, I can turn it up. Okay, it's now -8. What do we think now? Okay. Wow, you alright, Battler-kun? We're already on the ground, and you can't fall any further than that. Wow. Ooh, ha ha ha. Fall, fall, ha ha ha. In the lobby of the Najima airport, Maria dashed around in excitement. Battler's uproar on the plane must have been hilarious. Hey Maria, cut that out. Huge body, you still can't handle vehicles? Ah, shut. Oh, 1 second. Is Mouse here? Also, do I really need to turn it up? The voices sound doubled up. Okay, now it's fixed. Yes, hello, hi. Mouse, is it today I have to give the warning that we discussed, or is it answers? I can't remember, and now I'm worried that I was supposed to say something and I didn't. No answers? Okay, cool. All right. Ah, shut up. All humans have 1 or 2 things they can't handle. Battler-kun, why don't you come with your aunt on an overseas trip sometime soon? Music isn't audible. Sound is good. Chatters have the audio off or something. Okay. Oh, all right. Sorry. Give me a second. It's just so annoying sometimes. Fuck. All right. Just give me a second. It's not their fault. I know people like hear different ways. They have different sound setups. I know they're not, but like, fuck, it's just so annoying. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. 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 Battler-kun, why don't you come with your aunt on an overseas trip sometime soon? How about Europe? After what you did last episode? Fuck off. I'm sure you could manage a half-day trip on a plane. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Stop it, mother. Battler-kun's dislike for vehicles is probably genetic. Is it? Oh, you mean Asumu-san? For some reason, she just couldn't handle vehicles. Pretty much anything other than a bicycle or a car. Whenever we tried to go far away, that woman was so annoying. I can't say woman today. With the not this, not that. I'm scared. Fall, fall. Gya. Ooh, ooh. Children tend to learn that things their parents can't handle are dangerous. That's very true, yep. I'm sure Battler-kun saw Asuma-san doing something like that and learned that vehicles are scary. Giggle, giggle. So it's Asumu-san's genes then, is it? Who knows? Those would be some pretty annoying genes. That's not talking about Sumu. Right now, you're the one who's here, right? You're right, sorry. Hey, the cars are here. Exactly 3 of them. Get in, get in. Fall, fall. Where's the parachute? Where's the parachute? Ooh, ooh, giggle. I don't remember this happening. Is this like a scene we didn't see before, or? Why, you little... Hold on, stop right there. I'll sentence you to little girl tickle punishment. Spirits is such a wonderful thing. Without Battler-kun and Maria-chan, the atmosphere in that plane would have been pretty grim. Man, episode 1 is starting off just off to the races. Thanks. I'll assume you mean that literally. Hey brats, the taxis are here. You can play around later. Ooh, ooh, taxi, taxi. I'm getting in first. Giggle. Hey, Maria and you two Battler-kun, stop fooling around. You'll bump into someone. Bumped into someone. Oh, sorry. Battler-kun, you guys are going in that car. You're keeping them waiting. After George urged them to hurry on, Battler apologized to the person he bumped into and ran up to his parents, who were telling him to come quickly. He bumped into George, right? With a clunking sound, the doors on the 3 taxis were shut one after another, and they departed for the harbor. As their taxis dashed away, the entire world grew suddenly dull and slowed to a halt. Time freeze? Voices, the wind, and even sound, all of it stopped, and all of the people who were trying to move froze like the instant someone takes walking froze with one leg still in the air. Scraps of paper dancing in the wind were pinned in midair, frozen in place. Then, among the shadows standing still in this unmoving world, a single one stirred. It was a girl. The girl Battler, yeah, it is girl Battler, had just bumped into. Okay, so it was her then, okay. Though she had moved, it was a truly subtle thing. Her gaze dropped, her shoulders lowered a minuscule amount, and she sighed. That was all. In a normal world, that probably wouldn't even be taken as movement, but in this still world, it looked very out of place. Then, something else moved. It was a black cat wandering around the shadows near the taxi rank. It came up right behind the girl, and leisurely changed its form into that of a human. Berncastle. This was no cat. It was a witch. Of course, the girl was also a witch. As the witch stood still, her gaze still downwards, she muttered, I can't stop everyone from going to Rakinjima, can I? You cannot. On October 4th, 1986, you are not here. If I were, would stopping everyone really have been possible? Well, I can't imagine what a 6-year-old girl can do to make them turn back. Still, that's right. If you were in this place, the probability wouldn't have been 0. Whenever there's a probability greater than 0, I can seek out a miracle. If I hadn't been sick, and they hadn't left me behind. With her head facing downwards, the witch tightened her fists. They were trembling very slightly. You were sick in bed starting October 3rd, 1986, and Beato's game board is sealed off starting October 4th. You are not given a chance to avoid getting sick. In other words, Tsumari, it would normally be absolutely impossible for you to enter her game board. Thanks for being patronizing. I know that. I know that just seeing father, mother, and Oni-chan healthy like this, even that alone, is a spectacular miracle. Hold on. When did she break into the ending of episode 3 then? Because this reads to me like this just happened after she fell off the building and she's here now. So when did she go into the end of episode? Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, sorry, I can mute the phone to vibrate. 1 second. I don't want to turn my phone off for streams just in case there's an emergency I need to deal with, chat. Sorry, I'm paranoid. I can put it on vibrate though. Okay. When did she get here? Did she go and break Battler out of that scene at the end and then Berncastle brought her here, or does that happen later? Angie had tried to stand in the way of her family, attempting to stop them from leaving the airport and heading towards Rikinjima. Are you still under the blanket fort? Yes. Does it sound good today? I've even extended the blanket fort. I have another curtain here now with some soundproof foam on it. However, it was impossible for her to exist on October 4th, 1986, so she couldn't do it. Even though her brother had only bumped into her and apologized, even though he hadn't realized she was his own little sister. Shit. It had been such a miracle that she could cry like the seagulls. Sorry about the sarcasm. I won't waste the miracle you've given me. I'm glad to hear it. Come, let us go with them. To Rikinjima. All of the pieces are already gathered. The curtain will be open on the 4th game. By this time, Beato and Battler will already be seated. We need to stop off at Domino's on the way to the boat so you have something to eat while you're hiding under one of the beds in the lower deck. It's tradition. To Rikinjima. To where to where everyone's fates change. The Rikinjima of 1986. Yep. What happened on that day? I'll expose it. I'll learn what it is, and I'll bring them back. As she stood there with her fists still clenched, she surely turned her face up to the heavens. A single teardrop from the depths of her eyes dribbled down into the air. Oh, I need to clean my monitor. Holy fuck. And when time started moving again, the two witches' figures were swallowed up by a blowing gale and erased in an instant. Ah, what the? Oh, it's different. What are these? Oh, the towers? No! I love it when music is tied to the music. So introducing a new main protagonist halfway through your long ass story, fucking Chronicles of Amber bullshit. Fucking hell. Enjoy that joke for 4 of you. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. That's for you. That's a freebie. Enjoy. Oh, we're in this room. Okay. Rachel Anga. Good morning, milady. My, you do appear to be in a good mood. What a pleasant awakening you seem to have had. What do you mean, pleasant awakening? I was so excited I couldn't sleep a wink. After all, the curtain is rising on the fun 4th game. It seemed that she truly had been so excited that she hadn't gotten any sleep. Did she show absolutely no signs of lacking sleep because she was young, or because she had the mind of a little kid? Renove chose not to say that out loud and laughed poo coo coo instead, and now we're gonna see it. Poo coo coo. What? What? I really ran that battler into the ground last time. Ah, the look on his face when he was like, you tricked me. That was so pathetic. Even so, is that guy still feeling down? Feeling down, you say? Well, that's right. That man's a bit too trusting for his age, isn't he? Indeed. Although you could call that his charm. Coo. Cackle, cackle, cackle. Ain't it the truth? Ain't it the truth? Well, speaking of which... good one, milady. Didn't he totally fall for that one last time? Yes, totally and splendidly. You violated the purity of one never deceived since the time of his birth, as well as his rosebud-like innocence, all to your heart's content. Even the joy of dashing across a field covered with beautiful new snow on a winter morning and trampling it completely wouldn't even begin to compare. I love doing that shit. I love doing that. Don't you take Battler-sama's innocent heart? Sorry, didn't you take Battler-sama's innocent heart and quite thrillingly, splendidly, atrociously, mercilessly, and unculturedly go just a little too far? And you insulted him to the highest degree, enough to make one uneasy. Most people would be crushed after something like that. Poo-coo-coo-coo-coo. So much so that they wouldn't want to see your face ever again. I know that much pain, so I came to you thinking that it'd be better to prepare a countermeasure for that case beforehand. In that case, perhaps it really would be best to prepare such a countermeasure. I'm sad to say that your North Wind and Sun strategy gave Battler-sama quite a shock. Oh, a shock you say? How bad of a one? Beato lowered her voice slightly, asking timidly. Ronove followed suit and lowered his voice in the same way. In truth, he has been crouching and clutching at his knees for some time now. I spoke to him several times, but he did not answer. I also brought him some food, but he never even touched it. Oh, that is troublesome, Mr. Ronove. Is he really feeling that down? I know what could cheer him up. Poo-coo-coo-coo-coo. It is only natural. After all, you thoroughly beat him down, milady. That would make most people start to distrust humans. Oh, distrust of humans? How convenient. Let him give up on humans and trust witches. Wahaha. Oh. Cough. Sorry, I shouldn't fool around too much. Beato had tried to joke about it, but the situation seemed to be quite serious, so that even she took the hint and hid her laugh before beginning the fourth game. Like maybe most of the episode, just fuck around beach episode, just slow, pointless scenes, just for most of it until we find, let's finally start the game. Lady Burncastle's guests will be arriving, so it may be best to open the fourth game quickly. Oh, okay. However, perhaps you ought to show a little concern for Battler's feelings, milady. Concern? Show concern, you say? How should I do that? He's feeling down, so... That's right. Shall I cheer him up? By going to the beat. When a person's heart is dark and closed off, interacting with them in a dark manner gains you nothing. Your only option is to shine with a brightness stronger than the dark. Damn it, quit messing around. Yeah. Battler-kun, over here. A croissant baked by Ronove-sama would be wasted on likes of you. Why don't I enjoy it myself? So Ronove's like, you know what? He's so sad he's not eating anything. And meanwhile, whenever Ronove leaves the room, the fucking Stake show up and steal his food and kick the shit out of him. He's like, man, so hungry. Battler's stomach involuntarily growled at the fragrant smell of the croissant. His breakfast plate was empty, but Battler hadn't eaten any of it. The biggest glutton of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, Beelzebub, had waited for Ronove to leave and had them come snatch the food. Yeah. Battler had noticed, and they'd been really noisy ever since, even though Beelzebub had only had to give it back immediately or else throw it in her own mouth right away. What? She intentionally ran around in circles, making fun of Battler. Give me my breakfast back, damn it! If you get back now, I'll let you off with a single flick to the forehead. But just you try eating it. What, are you gonna eat me up instead? Yeah. If you think you can, just try it. I'll bet I'll be as sweet as honey pancakes. Yeah. Gotcha. Right now, I want to eat that bread even more than your thighs. Be a good girl and give it here. Why does this look familiar, this pose? So you resist until the end. No way, I won't give it to you. Even the croissant wants me to eat it. Yay, yoo-hoo! Good morning, Battler. Are you still moping so early in the morning? It's the beginning of a new day and a new game, so let's get our spirits up. She flung the door open like a marathon runner drawn on a certain caramel box, with her hands held high and an idiotic cheeriness. Beato appeared. For some reason, flags from around the world and confetti scattered about, perfectly completing this magnificent entrance. So you don't want to win, you just want to hang out with Battler forever. Okay. Battler and Beelzebub, who had been fighting over the croissant, completely forgot about their argument, speechless. Yeah. Good morning, Beatrice-sama. I'll just be on my way now. Here, Battler-kun, say ah. Chomp, gulp. Hey, morning, Beato. Glad to see you're cheery this morning. Beato and Battler looked at each other. It seemed neither had a clue what was going on with the other. But Battler, what's going on, Ronove? He looks totally fine, doesn't he? He isn't clutching his knees. And he's answering. Wait a sec, he was even in the middle of eating. Cuckoo. No, he was sleeping like a baby in his futon, clutching his knees. I informed him that it was time to wake up, but he just wouldn't rise. I tried to feed him, but it seems that a naughty cat wandered in and prevented that. Cuckoo. You tricked me. All right, resolve the bet. Beatrice got Ronave tricked. What's a pun we can do for Ronave? Ruse evade. She got ruse evade. Ah. You should talk. Weren't you the one who played that massive trick last time? I don't have a clue what's going on, but it looks like you got what you deserved. By the way, Ronave, nice one. -2s for that? I just thought of that right up on the spot. What the fuck? Cuckoo. Thank you very much, Balor-sama. Two men stuck up their thumbs as though they understood each other, chuckling together. For a while, Beato was very energetic, trying to hide her embarrassment. Yeah. Don't take me so lightly. Did you really think I'd still be hiding in a corner holding my knees? Yes. Cackle. Then who was that person crying their eyes out in frustration last time? You could have gathered your tears in a jar and called it face lotion. Shut up. That was just because I was a little surprised by your crappy act. I might have looked a little lame, but don't think the same move will work twice. I mean, she's already started my weeb. Of course not. And don't disappoint me by falling for the same move over and over again, okay? Cackle. Yeah, just you watch. I'll show you that I'm a guy who gets stronger every time he's beaten down. But Beato. Yes, what? Don't do it again. Oh? Why is that? So you really are weak against a rear attack? You and I are enemies, and we'll certainly never join forces. I now understand that clearly. So don't you ever try to trick me about that fact again. Cackle. You say that, but knowing your weaknesses, I'll... Beato thought they were still joking around, but that tone had disappeared from Balor's expression some time ago. Beato felt as though his eyes were like the surface of black tea that had cooled down. You hear me? Don't do it again. I don't get it. I might do it again when you've forgotten, right? Don't do it again. Serious expression didn't change in the slightest. So to break that silence, Beato had no choice but to start laughing at herself. Okay, so that hurt him more than the end of episode 2? Interesting. Okay. Cackle. Very well. Very well. You and I are worthy opponents. No matter how friendly our relationship, we'll never be anything more than a pair of enemies. Say it in red. If you have not mistaken this, that is enough for me. That's right. I almost forgot you were my enemy for a second there. I won't embarrass myself like that again. I won't fall for your rear attack again. Never again. I give it 2 episodes. Humph. It seems I'm not the only one who cannot wait for the 4th game. I am pleased, Battler. Come, take your seat. Yep, just how I like it. Clever little tricks won't work anymore. Stop acting so tough. You remain in a state of surrender for the last mystery. In the previous game, the mystery of Nanjo's murder. My answer for that one's still on hold for now. But that doesn't mean I've lost heart. I'll definitely break your red truth and show that I can deny witches. Humph. A commendable attitude. You truly are a man like a phoenix. Don't betray my expectations. With that, let us raise the curtains on the 4th game. But before that, it seems we must welcome a new guest. A guest? You remember as well, correct? That mystery girl who appeared at the very end of the last game without an invitation, ruining my fun. That person. She says she wants to join our game. I sent her an official invitation inviting her to join this match. Renove, summon our guest. There's no need. I'm already here. The voice that answered Beato's call came from the darkness in a corner of the room. When Battler turned around in surprise, he could now see that mystery girl there. My, how rude. All you had to do is greet us as soon as you arrived. I don't make a habit of talking to people before punching them. After I punch is a different story, though. Okay. Oh, and what would you say? Good night. Have a nice dream. Cackle. How amusing. How truly amusing. Beato cackled and clapped her hands. But that was only Beato, and nothing rose to Battler's face except a bitter smile. Phew, you sure are a fighter. And you're a battler. Battler and the girl's eyes met, and he shrugged his shoulders as he spoke. But the girl didn't answer, giving only a cold stare in return. You helped me out at the end of the last game. Thanks for that. I don't need your gratitude. You were just slacking off. I only told you to open your eyes. That's so true. Stop slacking off, Battler. Yeah. Beato tried to laugh as though sympathizing with her, but it didn't reach the girl's ears. She did absolutely nothing except stare at Battler with ice-cold eyes. Well, it looks like someone hates me. I'm just annoyed that you aren't taking this fight seriously. Are you saying I'm not serious about this? Don't tell me that travesty earlier was you being serious. Don't take me for a fool. How long do you intend to play along with the witch's farce like this? I'm fighting Beato in my own way, and doing it seriously, of course. Seriously? Don't make me laugh. You keep on drinking tea and chatting with the witch for all eternity and calling that fighting seriously? Keep the jokes to just your hairdo. One to talk? Well, that's because I wasn't used to this witch's game in the beginning and I've been through a lot of harsh stuff. Still, I'm finally starting to see how to fight and I'm getting the knack of it. Yeah, back the fuck off. If the pathetic way I've been acting makes it look like I haven't been serious to you, you're just wrong. Is that so? Of course, I know I've got to close in a lot more before I can grab Beato by the collar. But no matter how long that distance may be, it's still finite, and in each game that passes, I'm steadily closing that distance step by step. Let's see how Angie handles it the first time she sees people she loved get ripped to shreds and killed and shit with bodies everywhere. You haven't experienced that yet? No matter how long it takes, I'll close in on that witch and I'll definitely checkmate her. It might take 1,000 years, to use her phrase, but even so, I'll definitely win sooner or later. Why? Because I definitely won't accept losing. I definitely won't stop moving forward, closing in on her. In other words, Sumari, there's just one thing I can say for sure. I will definitely win against that witch someday. Treat it the wrong way. By now, you've become an Achilles who couldn't even outstrip a turtle. What? I get it, so this is why I'm needed. At this rate, there's no way you could win against the Endless Witch even after 1 billion years. Who are you? It's not like you'll be struck by lightning if you just tell me your name. At that point, the girl fell silent, gazing straight into Battler's eyes. At first, Battler faltered under the firmness of that look, and his gaze wavered slightly, but then his eyes gradually began to be sucked into the pupils that were staring at him. Then, inside those eyes, he saw a light that he'd seen some time before. Battler was struck by how strongly they resembled the eyes of a girl who definitely couldn't be here, even though that was completely impossible. I am Angie, said Angie. I know it's stupid, but for some reason it feels true to me. But that can't be right. That person's supposed to still be 6 years old. You couldn't possibly be. Angie, could you? No, I'm Santa. If I were to say, that's right, would you believe me? I'll put it another way. If I said, I am your ally, so trust me, would you believe it? Well, after last episode, no. Would you unconditionally trust some unknown girl you're meeting for the first time just because she looks a little like someone you know? It's because you're such a softie that you got tricked so easy in the last game and cried so bitterly. Okay, alright, you said it yourself. That kid is 6, right? Do I look like I'm 6? If I were to claim that I'm that kid despite that, would you just swallow that story? If you say it like that, yeah, there's no way I can argue back. Sorry, that's right, I am a softie, and that should have been made clear to me after the last game. Is that what you meant when you said I wasn't being serious? Yes. You may think you're fighting against a witch, but you're just getting along with her and playing. You're just playing at fighting in a friendly game of chess. That may be a serious contest for you two, but looking at it from far away, I only see you playing around and following the rules like you're good friends. That's harsh. But as long as you're unable to win at this game, you won't be released from this place. That's why I came. I came to bring this game to its conclusion. It is episode 4. You claim that you're closing in on the witch, but you're just like a hamster running around in a wheel. Cackle, cackle. Oh, one of those. Those things that run around and around in place night after night. At a glance, you might think that running around in a wheel is endless. The endless witch Beatrice is just like you. He thinks he's fighting, but he's actually just running around in a wheel while making a fool of himself. This isn't a game. This is nothing more than a cage to shut him up in for all eternity. Oh. You liken my endless to something like a wheel that a mouse plays in? Interesting, interesting, cackle. Something that's endless in a certain dimension can be less than endless in a higher one. The fact that a Menger sponge has infinite surface area only matters in a world of less than 3 dimensions. In the 3-dimensional world of reality, it has 0 mass. Not only is it endless, it doesn't even exist. Cackle, cackle, cackle. What an assertive woman who loves to read Wikipedia. It seems you are worthy of being called my enemy. Who are you? I'm your ally, and an enemy of witches. Of course, I'm a witch myself. You don't have to believe it. No one can prove that I really am your ally. On the contrary, it is more desirable that you keep your guard up strongly enough to find me very suspicious. That's right. Last time ended up pretty bad. I've got to be at least that careful. I don't plan on getting tricked twice, he said, listening to the person who could be tricking them. Cackle, 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 cackle. Beato laughed in a truly pleased way, which was humiliating only to Battler. People don't just get tricked out of the blue. That only happens when they fail to check things for themselves and leave it to other people. Saying that you thought the light had turned green just because you saw other people start crossing. Yeah, that's fine. Doesn't count as an excuse for getting into an accident. Get it? Yeah, I get it. You're telling me not to swallow information given to me by others, but to think for myself. In the past, I swallowed all the magic Beato showed me. I stopped thinking, so I was useless. Battler grimaced as he remembered his many painful losses. The witch watched and laughed again, putting on a bold appearance. I'll offer you advice in a way that works to your advantage. Of course, you shouldn't swallow everything I say, because no one can provide certain proof that I am your ally. In the last game, Virgilia, who I thought was an ally, was actually on the witch's side. Battler couldn't rid his head of that eerie smile worn by Virgilia, a person he'd once even thought of as trustworthy and reliable. It was a really good moment having her do the creepy smile with her eye open at the end. It worked really well. And now they're calling it back. Good job. So I don't need you to unconditionally trust me. You might as well take my advice as nothing more than an opinion to be considered. After all, the player who's fighting in a game against the witch is you. That's right. Saying I lost because I followed the moves of an outsider would be just too pathetic of an excuse. Oh yes. My opponent is Battler. You are nothing more than an outsider. You should bear that in mind. Cackle. No, I'm not an outsider. With Beatrice and Ushiromiya Battler, and I who gaze down from above, it's almost like a fight in the shape of a triangle. Are we anywhere close to like a mid-chapter break right now, or no? No? Okay, let's just take a break right now then. I'm gonna go get the kettle on. Are you kidding? And like, I mean, like, sometimes the chapter has like a little scene break where they go to a different area. I'm not talking about the glass shatter. Before I go, thank you to Hentai Hoddle for the resub, Toramas for the resub as well, Mathiv Penith for the resub, Otto Lias for the new sub, welcome, welcome. Toramas also says, hey Joe, been loving the streams a lot lately, but it's weird to know that we share the same name now. Oh, okay. Oh, damn. You're a Joe too? Thank you, Yuri was taken for the bits. Joe's dad joke, but told by an alien that also likes Umineko when they cry, but also the alien is in a reality where humans are displayed zoos. I went to a human zoo the other day. It was awful. They only had one woman. Her name was Mary. It was a Sumerian. It was a Sumeri or something like that. Haha, lol, I'm sorry. Thank you, Yuri was taken. Thank you, Terraflaw, for gifting out 5 gift subs. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gamera Margelia Gila for the resub. Hi, Toe. Excited to hi Toe. Excited to see you play 1000X Rising. Some knowledge about HK helped me enjoy it more, but it isn't necessary. HK, what? What's that? Okay. I mean, it's magic. I've thought about the hallucinatory drug thing in a previous episode. Yeah, I'm not sure. That would be quite what you would call it, dissatisfying. That would not be a satisfying answer. Anyway, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Get up and walk around if you can sit the whole time. Go brush your teeth. Go use the bathroom. It might be a little bit more than 5 minutes. So we can get the kettle on. Okay, hello. Tea is steeping. I need to go finish it in about 5-10 minutes. And I'll get some biscuits when I do. I noticed that if I have a little bit of sugar during break or something with some carbs in it rather than sugar, it kind of perks me up a little bit. So I'd like to do that. Thank you, Endovelcus Flare, for the resub 2 while we're on break. Cool name. Cool name. Anyway, let us continue. No, I'm not an outsider. With Beatrice and Ushiromi battler, and I who gaze down from above, it's almost like a fight in the shape of a triangle. So you're on your own side. At a glance, it might not look like a united front, but having a united front doesn't necessarily mean fighting together. Oh, what an odd thing to say. Just now, he described fighting with you as closing the distance. But you can't measure distance with a single eye. Only with 2 eyes are things visible in 3 dimensions, and only then can distance be judged. And even when you have 2 fields of vision, it's pointless if they're in the same place. You can pin down witches more accurately when they're far apart, shooting from different positions and different angles. So basically, it's crossfire. Crossfire! Interesting. We're shooting from different positions and different angles. Different Angies. So I won't get along with anybody. That's how I'll keep my own position separate and catch the witch in a pincer attack. Are you okay with this, battler? This girl may actually be an ambush I set up, right? She might just be saying something plausible to gain your trust, right? Maybe. She's been saying that over and over again herself. So of course, I can't blindly accept her advice. But as to whether she's worthy of trust or not, I can think for myself and make a decision. As long as I don't stop thinking for myself, I won't be tricked by anyone again. Cackle, cackle. What confidence, Ushiromi battler. After you've said so much, it makes me want to trick you all over again. You see? Actually, you know what? I am just completely like susceptible to this still because of how Angie was introduced to the story. I'm not even questioning the fact that she's on the witch's side or not. Like there's no way in my mind conceivable to me after how she was introduced that she could be on Beatrice's side. But you know what? Like, yeah, I guess so. Like she might be, right? Like I can't wait to see what kind of face you'll make when you realize you've been duped once more. How pleasant, Kwa. It looks like you know my name, but I don't know yours. Tell me. For a while, the girl remained silent without changing her expression even once. She looked as though she couldn't decide whether to say her name or not, or possibly as though she was deciding on the name she'd say on the spot. Gretel. Ghetto? You are? That's my name, dumbass. Call me Gretel. Oh, you can call me handsome. Then, should I call myself Hansel? Just kidding. I'm Ushiromi Battler. Call me Battler. Nice to meet you. I hate handshakes. Don't take it personally. Oh, really? Sorry. After all, it isn't certain that you're my ally. And you just told me to keep my guard up, too. Battler drew back his right hand, which he had stuck out. His bitter smile disappeared and was replaced with a strong resolve directed at this new 4th game. Battler, think deeply about why you must win against this witch. You can't stop with something abstract like, I'll beat her because I don't like it. Have a deep conviction that you'll definitely defeat the witch and escape from this world. Because there is definitely someone waiting for you to come back. For that kid Sake as well. Maybe there was something she wanted to say. Gretel clenched her fists in front of her chest and hung her head in silence, at a loss for words for a short while. As though smashing through that silence, Beato spoke up in a forceful voice. Good. That should be enough of an introduction for Gretel or whoever. Come, try to remember what happened on October 4th. Let the curtain open for the 4th game. At the same time, as though it had been blown by a sudden gust of wind, the clock that had been turned back to October 4th, 1986 started to move. While we remained in the witch's tea room, the blue-gray sea and the green Rikingima spread out between us. Fucking hell, I just added a word there. And we could see a boat heading there, its wake trailing behind it. The sky was already cloudy, and it seemed that the barrier of the typhoon would soon shut the island away. Who was it in chat that said it was 20, 30 minutes until the scene break? There was a boat docked in the harbor. I said 20, 30 lines, Joe. I didn't see you say that in August. I think other people said it was longer, wasn't it? Maybe I misread it. Maybe I'm not tired. Okay. Okay. There was a boat docked in the harbor and Goda helping to unload it. Then, once all of its passengers had disembarked, the boat began to separate from the shoreline. The relatives were gradually swallowed up by the island. Ah, looks like you're as cheery as ever, Maria. Ooh, ooh, Maria-chan, you'll trip if you aren't careful. Look out. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Gonna fall, sink, giggle. The long-missed cousins had loved dashed across the beach, getting swallowed by the forest path that led to the mansion and disappeared. Again, I know it's the fourth time, but really it's the third time since the murders happened that we're seeing them from like get along before everything goes to shit. So it's not quite as effective as the other times, but it still has some punch. It's like it's really fucked up, like how like the allure of money and the inheritance like cause people to kill each other here. Like, I don't know if they can do it again after this. I don't know. It's kind of wearing a bit thin, but it still has some gas left in the tank for the comparison. And of course, Oni-chan could be seen among them too. Damn it. Stop right there, Maria. You nimble little brat. Giggle. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Giggle, giggle. Maria Oni-chan, whom I'd loved, started dashing, and Oni-chan... One-chan? Oni and One? Or is it One and Oni? One. One-chan and Oni-chan chased after her. They were swallowed up by the forest. Following them, father and mother were also swallowed up. The rest of the parents were swallowed up. They were swallowed up, leaving only me behind. Dumbass. How long are you gonna joke around and play with a witch in a place like this? Come back quickly, Oni-chan. Don't leave me all alone. And realize how cruel and lonely the world I'm isolated in is. Aww. Welcome to our Kenji. There's even a big chapter break.
I'm gonna go make my tea. I'm angry.
Chat. Do you think that I can find a kettle with Wi-Fi? Question mark. I want to like pre-fill the kettle with water before I start stream. And then when it's 5 minutes away from break time, I want to hit a button on my phone to make the kettle start boiling. So it's boiled at break, and then I can make the tea during break, so I don't have to take a second break after my... What do you mean? Fucking just get off on my... I'm trying to not interrupt the stream twice. It's not a laziness. I don't mind fucking getting up. It's fine. Read the pin before chat literally kills you, please. Uh-oh. What happened? Read the pin, weeb. One new event. View all. Pin. Joe, you missed the screen saying Angie's future St. Lucia Academy after 1986. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. This is a trick by Beatrice. You guys are trying to make me think that this is a scene from a different timeline, and it's not. There's no way. There's no way. You can get a remote power switch if your kettle is simple enough. My kettle cost $20. It was on sale from $40, and it's possibly the best kettle ever. It's such a good kettle. It even has a blue light in the bottom. It lights up when it's on. Just restart the episode. $20 Canadian. Yep. It's called a smart kettle. It's AI powered with cloud-based blockchain security. Only cost $899. Does it farm Bitcoin for me at the same time though? Please limit chat reading. They've been awful today. Have they been awful? But chatter, you are chat. Very bad chat. Oh, mouse agrees. Okay. All right. The E is an A sound like Beato or Sake. I is an E sound like in Ushiromiya. These vowels are basically always consistent unless the translator is getting funky with how a name word is written. Yeah, I'm not going to remember this. No, I'm not going to remember this. No, I'm not going to remember this. There's no way. There's no way. Thank you, Silly Next for the resub. Hey, Tom. Thank you for dropping the red pill name. What? Like, still the biggest internet betrayal I have experienced, your name not being Joe, but thank you for the great entertainments, even though you made me enjoy 11 plus hours of Umineko on a Sunday. So can you please not do back-to-back Umineko streams again? I'm sorry, it was extenuating circumstances. We had to do it. We had to do it. There was a whole schedule and everything. Yep. I really wanted to do it. I pushed for it, actually. I pushed for it. Sorry, mouse. Thank you, Nell Yorian for the resub. It's magic. Thank you very much, Nell Yorian. Thank you, Hirager12 for the resub as well. And also Tudak Kudak for the resub. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Panasonic NCEG 3000 is just turn the kettle on. I sent you a link to my smart kettle. There might be a new one. Okay, thank you. So it does exist. I think it's worth it, don't you think? I think it's worth it. So we don't have to have why is there a pin? What are we doing? Okay, it's just a white screen with what I missed on it. Okay, all right. Umineko fans, Umineko bros, Umineko, we need to have a serious talk. we need to have a serious talk, okay? We need to have a serious talk. I moved the microphone closer to my mouth because we have to have a serious like talk about this, okay? From this to getting mad at Mouse because she said that Ava was in the scene like 10 seconds before she showed up in the scene that we were just about to play. Okay, we have to have a talk, okay? We need to let this go. It's fine. It's fine. The whole thing is going to be read. If anything, the only thing that's going to stop us from finishing at this point is this attitude of being like fucking just like overly like vigilant about, oh no, the spoilers, oh no, you missed one screen. It's fine. Chat told me it's okay. It's okay. All right. Okay. So now we're going to put all this behind us now. Okay. All right. And I'm going to count down from 10. And then after we get to 0, we're all going to move on from this. Okay. And we're going to come to a better position. All right. That's what we're going to do. All right. You ready? Ready? Okay. We're all moving past. All right. So 10. Good day to you. Good day to you is the standard greeting used here. What the fuck is she wearing? No matter how many years pass by, this style of greeting still feels very awkward, even though I'd responded to the greeting in order to stifle that awkward feeling. The classmate who had spoken looked at me blankly. Huh? Giggle, giggle, giggle. Huh? What's that? It seems you're mistaken, giggle, giggle. Their choice of words and manner were certainly what you'd expect from a school for rich girls, but the actual meaning was as innocent and cruel as you'd expect from kids of that age. So this is a school that Ava sent her to, right? It seems they found it funny that I mistakenly thought the greeting was directed at me. No, it might be the opposite. Maybe they didn't know how to react after being suddenly greeted by a gloomy, quiet kid like me. No, judging from the gazes of my classmate who were looking this way over their shoulders and whispering to each other, it looked as though some of them considered this refreshing morning ruined. I was dark because I was disliked. So trying not to get in the way of everyone's refreshing morning anymore, I stooped lower and entered the classroom, almost like I was cutting through the aisle in a movie theater while the movie was running. This is an all-dorm school that is receiving a tremendous amount of asset work in the backgrounds. That's worrying. St. Lucia Academy. Oh, we're in St. Lucia Academy? Oh shit, fucking hell. Oh, what year is it? What timeline is this? I wish it would tell me. This story is like not really forthcoming with fucking like setting and everything. How was I supposed to figure that out? It's not a school that anyone can get to just by taking a test. It's a hidden rich school known of only by a select group of celebrities from various fields. For lofty nobles who truly wish their daughters could be raised like saints, this is probably the ideal school in which to protect them from the impurities of the common world. But at the same time, it was probably also convenient for nobles who wanted to confine daughters they didn't want out in public. It's Weeborts? Like, what do we find in St. Lucia Academy? Lucia or Lucia? Forced to live my life in dreariness. Of course, there weren't that many students like me, and you couldn't tell us apart at a glance. However, even if we were never fessed up about it, you could usually figure out who we were by watching how we acted. After all, we were always hanging our heads with an expression on our faces as though like that, so even if they didn't speak up about it, you could guess who they were. Therefore, even though I never confessed that I was one of those kids, at some point everyone in my class knew about it. Just like how the seriousness of an injury becomes a sign of status in a hospital room, how noble a birth one had became a sign of status here. Those girls who couldn't be acknowledged in public were but a particular student. Those fastidious girls would grow cold and distant, chasing that student out from all social groups. Thanks to that, I led a quiet school life like this, all by myself. Well, that's only if hearing people whisper behind my back, finding my things lost or broken all the time, and having everyone pretend like they didn't know anything can be called a quiet school life. Even this early in the morning, I must look worn out. I can almost understand why my other classmates who had a refreshing morning looked at my face and wanted to click their tongues. Consciously, trying to do as I should and avoid tainting my classmates' morning, I quietly took my seat. Then, unusually, someone came to talk to me. It was the class leader. Good day to you, Ushiramiya-san. I don't have a portrait, so I'm not really that important, but maybe this conversation is going to be referenced later. You seem to be in a bad mood this morning. Were you able to get enough sleep? Is there some business you have with me? You're the only one who has not submitted her questionnaire for the class presentation, Ushiramiya-san. Did you forget that the deadline was yesterday? I'm pretty sure I heard something about that last week. but I thought that the questionnaire hadn't been passed out yet. The details would be written there, so there shouldn't have been any need to remember them beforehand. I wasn't given a questionnaire. That can't be. I believe the dormitory leader handed them out to everyone. If you lost it, all you have to do is honestly say so. I lost it. I'll fill it in right now, so could you give me a sheet? Again, either someone lost my sheet or they intentionally didn't tell me about it, but I have no way of knowing who was behind that. Spin the fucking chessboard! What are you doing? In the end, treating it as though it was my own carelessness would settle everything more quickly. Oh man. Damn, okay. Poor girl, holy shit. Once you filled it out, drop it in the questionnaire box in the student council room yourself. Our class is the only one that didn't get everyone's in by yesterday. As I hung my head at the class leader scolding, I could hear the giggles and whispers of people watching, coming from no direction in particular. Ushoromiya-san did it again. Oh, there's an announcement of this? Oh man, even the teachers are in on bullying her. Holy fuck. She's just so careless. She doesn't deserve to be in this school. She has no dignity and no manners either. Sorry, girls, but I've dealt with much worse when it comes to unfair personal attacks. As I froze my heart and let those arrows of ridicule pass by, I quickly filled out the questionnaire. Okay, I'm going to dip a biscuit into my tea, and I'm going to eat it. When I learned that father and mother and Oni-chan, and all the other rest of my family had died, okay, is the chewing too bad or are we good? I was at the house of my grandpa on my mother's side. The only survivor of the accident was Ushiromiya Eva. Only Aunt Eva. Even at the time, I hadn't really liked Aunt Eva. At a glance, she would act kindly, but even as young as I was, I could see that she was somehow making fun of father and the rest, and I hadn't liked it. I'm pretty good at wearing headphones and I didn't hear chewing. Oh man. So when I was... Okay, that's not what you said. Sorry, I just made it sound like you said something unhinged. I'm wearing pretty good headphones and I didn't hear chewing. All right, my bad, sorry. So when it was decided that Aunt Eva would take care of me, I was pretty miserable. Maybe it wouldn't have mattered if that gentle Uncle Hideyoshi and George Oni-chan had been with me. But I hated the thought of living all alone with Aunt Eva. I'd frankly said it to Grandpa, hoping to live together in his house. However, Aunt Eva had been very insistent that she should be the one to look after me. She had no desire to remarry, so as her successor, I was essential if the Ushiromiya family was to continue. Aunt Eva felt very strongly about the family. She insisted that she take care of me, take charge of me right away, so that she could give me an education and lifestyle fitting for a successor. After that, it seems that confusing negotiations with lawyers took place. It's great weeb expectations or whatever, like what are we doing? But in the end, I was forced to go and live with Aunt Eva. Great Expectations does have some weeb vibes, by the way. There's something that happens in Great Expectations that even when I read it at 18, I was like, come the fuck on. Like, yeah. It is a well-written story. The prose is excellent, but like there's a huge plot point in Great Expectations that is like, are you fucking serious? After doing that, Aunt Eva told me something. You must bear all the glory and history of the Ushiromiya family. And in order to make you a fitting successor to bear that, the rest of your life will be dedicated to frantic studying. Sacrifice the rest of your life for the Ushiromiya family. That's what she said. At first, I thought she meant that literally, but I quickly realized that wasn't the case. Because even now, in Aunt Ava's eyes, the one most fitting to succeed her was the late George Oni-chan. At our first meal together, I received strict instructions and questioning about table manners, and was forced to listen to her abuse mom and dad as though they'd been neglectful in their discipline. I also received the same strict instructions regarding matters at my first party, and my clumsiness had been disparaged in front of everybody, forcing me to endure insults to mom and dad as well. After that repeated over and over, I eventually began to understand. Aunt Eva didn't really want to make me her successor. She thought George Oni-chan was the only one truly suited to be her successor. So you're the new Natsui. Oh man. Oh my god. Going to school is a break for Angie. It's like fucking hell. It really is Weeborts. Holy shit. School is like no trouble at all compared to having to hang out with fucking Eva all the time. She couldn't forgive the fact that it was to be me instead. Sorry, that was my last biscuit. So she insulted me in front of lots of people. She humiliated me. And she made it known exactly how I was inferior to George Oni-chan to both acquaintances and strangers, surely in place of a memorial service for her dead son. Or rather, she must still be mourning his death. However, that wasn't something I could endure. I couldn't possibly live together with Aunt Ava. I was kept like a pet, my life continually compared with her dead son's. I understood that even when I was still in elementary school... okay. I tried to escape the Ushomiya house and run off to the house of my grandpa on my mother's side. However, Aunt Ava had already foreseen that. No, thinking back on it, she must have lured me into escaping. I was caught by the guards and brought back, and for being a coward who had smeared the Ushomiya family crest with mud and tried to throw it away, in a way that makes my whole body shake and shiver just remembering it. I was punished. How should I describe what Aunt Ava was like when she punished me? In a frenzy? Gleeful? I saw the anger and sadness of losing her beloved son, and well as the hatred and pain from me stealing the inheritance from the son who should have received it. And the dark pleasure at being able to let those feelings out on me. I was hit with all those negative emotions at once. Then, all of my free time and freedom to act was stolen, and I was put under surveillance around the clock. I may have lived in a gorgeous mansion dressed in expensive clothes, but my heart and my dignity had been trampled upon, and I was the Ushomiya family's slave. It's cattle. Compared to that lifestyle, the derisive laughter of my classmates here was calm and pleasant. It caused my heart no trouble. After burying almost all the fields of the questionnaire, burying? With nothing in particular. I've never heard burying being used in that context before, but maybe it's fine. I folded it and put it in my pocket. Because if I left it in my desk, it might disappear again. During lunch break, after dropping it off at the post box in the student council room, I finished lunch by myself as usual and headed behind the school building where no one could be seen. There I lit up a cigarette and sneered at my stalker, Odagiri. Only my time by myself could protect me from the derisive laughter and gossip. Since I was hated and didn't have a single friend, my time alone was the most kind to me. After checking the surrounding bushes to see whether some malicious classmates were hiding and threatening my time of quiet, I finally relaxed the tension from my entire body, knowing that I had gained some true peace. Then I let out a sigh. It faltered, heavy, as though it was the first time I'd breathed out today. My old favorite place behind the vegetable garden storehouse had been found out by my classmates, and I'd been teased, so this was my new lunchtime hideaway. There was nowhere to sit behind the school building. As I crouched near the wall in the shadow of the bushes, I opened my bag and took out a book with an elaborate old-fashioned binding. Just glancing at it, you'd probably think it was a religious book or something written in the Middle Ages, but this wasn't a book. It was a diary. Of course, it wasn't my diary. There weren't any special things worth writing about in my daily life. Every single day was just gray, cold, and dry. In those complete unchanging days, there aren't any changes worth writing down. This was the diary of Maria One-chan, a girl I'd been very close to. She'd been a bit strange and 3 years older than me, but Oni-chan was always a warm, wonderful cousin. She would always grab me by the hand and let me join in on some fun game. I remembered that being able to see her was the most fun part of our family gatherings. When I opened the diary, the characters, which were made fairly skillfully considering that this was an elementary schooler, were packed close together, though they were written on every other line. Was she just hopelessly obsessed with jotting everything down in her diary? Probably not. To her, writing her daily life down in a diary was probably like having a conversation with another part of herself. So rather than an object on which the events of her day were written down, Maria Oni-chan's diary, right? Oni-chan? Was written like a letter to another part of herself, telling of the events of that day. I found this diary among her belongings after her death and secretly took it home. At first, I felt that reading someone else's diary might be boorish, and satisfied myself with just keeping it by my side, but I couldn't help flipping through the pages and reading through it bit by bit. And by now, she had become my only friend. That's terrifying. I gently opened the page with the bookmark. Ooh. Sorry to keep you waiting, Maria Oni-chan. Could you let me hear your story again? At the same time, a very, very soft breeze blew, tickling the paper. I thought the open diary might have sparkled faintly. The weather's good today. Maria Oni-chan loves the wonderful rays of sunlight, so I'm sure she's in a good mood. On the pages of the open diary, no, in the world of the diary, Maria Oni-chan showed herself. I'm pretty sure she was 9 when she died, so her form was already younger than me. But I call her Oni-chan, so she affectionately calls me Angie. Ooh, Angie, you were slow getting here today. Was it packed at lunch? Yes, it's always packed. Groups of friends set up camp in the seats, and they stay there even after they finished eating. It's pretty fatal if you get to the dining hall late. I was on cleanup duty today. Ooh, I eat fast. The faster you eat, the more you can play. Ooh. Maybe she realized I was holding a grudge because that duty had been forced upon me and shortened my lunch break by a bit. Maria Oni-chan brightly changed the subject. Grateful for the act of kindness, I responded by saying I was a slow eater. Maria calmed me down, saying something about teaching me the trick to eating fast. I read about it in her diary. No, I heard it from Maria Oni-chan. She was ranked number 1 among the girls in the speed eating ranking for her grade's newspaper. Quoi? She was apparently very proud of that, but a little disappointed that her mother, Aunt Rosa, hadn't praised her very much for it. Just a part of the standardized testing process, yep. Ooh, then let's start our story for today. How far did we get yesterday? Ooh. This far. Until you got to Sakutaro as a present. Until you got Sakutaro as a present, Maria Oni-chan. You promised that you'd tell me about Sakutaro. Ooh, let's talk about Sakutaro. You know, Sakutaro is a really cute stuffed animal. I'm sure you'd like him too, Angie. Ooh. Yeah, tell me that story. The only time I can relax at school is when I'm listening to your stories during lunch break. Ooh, I'll tell you about it. Sakutaro was really, when I looked at Maria Oni-chan, who was always in a good mood, it made my heart feel warm as well. As I listened to her tale, I began to get absorbed into her world. Happy birthday, Maria. Okay, how many different layers are we sinking into here? With the fucking Witcher book 4 here? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Happy birthday, Maria. Sorry I got back so late. Ooh, good job with your work, Mama. I know you're busy, so even though you were late, I waited without crying. I was good and waited, watching TV. Yes, you're such a good girl, Maria. As a present for waiting politely, you can order anything you want today. Of course, only as much as you can eat, okay? Oh, I'm a speed eater, Mama. You remember that? I can eat a lot. Oh, yeah, I fucking hate that you're like that. You're gonna eat so much. Oh, here we go, but you promised, didn't I? I guess I did. Okay. Ooh, today, I'm sorry, I just went on a moment there. Can I change my corn soup to onion gratin soup? Gratin soup? Yes, that's fine. It's 200 yen more expensive, but I can change it to prosciutto pizza? Yes, that's fine, if you really can eat it, but that's okay. It's your birthday after all. There must be a reward for the good girl who waited so patiently. Ooh. Then can I have an enchilada cheesecake for dessert? And then the chef's choice fruit salad and kids french fries. I want to drink melon soda too. Ooh. I'm a good girl. Mama praised me. Ooh. Giggle. You're getting a little too excited. If you don't quiet down a bit, you'll disturb the other customers. When Rosa gently admonished her, Maria stuck her tongue out and eased up a little, but it seemed that she was having a hard time repressing her excitement at being able to eat out with her mother after such a long time. Today was Maria's birthday. Rosa always tried to let Maria spend her birthdays at great restaurants. When Maria had been in kindergarten, they sometimes invited other kids from the neighborhood over and had a party at home. Maria's annoying. This is how kids are sometimes. I mean, sometimes kids can be annoying when they're excited, but there's a difference between like being like reasonably annoying and being unreasonably annoying, right? Like sometimes when a kid is being annoying, it doesn't, you just have to tank it because like they're just being normal, they're just being a kid. It's when a kid, and you have to learn how to tell the difference. Sometimes a kid is like out of line annoying and you have to be like, okay, hold on, like you need like a talking to here, maybe we'll step away or whatever. But like sometimes kids are just being annoying because they're excited, and that's part about being a kid, you know? Rosa would make a wonderful cake and snacks and decorate the house herself, making it a huge celebration. But when they moved and Maria no longer had friends in the neighborhood, Rosa had started splurging at expensive restaurants instead. And that's why she killed everyone in episode 2. Just too much restaurant debt. However, today they were in a normal family restaurant. It was also a little late in the day for a kid like Maria to eat there, even with a parent. Actually, she had gotten reservations at a fantastic place that would surely have pleased Maria. Of course, she had also prepared a wonderful cake with Maria's name written on it, but Rosa just hadn't been able to finish up her business and had been forced to cancel. Oh, that sucks. Since that plan had been traded for a local family restaurant, Rosa felt a little indebted to Maria. Therefore, more than anything. So she was prepared to spoil Maria a bit and let her have whatever she wanted tonight. Whoa. Okay. You never used to eat much, did you, Maria Oni-chan? Was it really alright to order that much? Ooh, I can't eat very much, but I like to have a lot lined up. You know, like on a birthday table, if it's colored all over with red and blue and green and yellow, it makes you really happy. You're right. Having your birthday table be colorful can make you feel happy. Birthdays at my place were no match for yours, Maria Oni-chan, but the cakes the cakes we bought at the Fumiya store in front of the station came home just to show up at my birthday party and then went right back to his company. At the time, I was sad, but I now understand how important I was to Dad. I love it when stories do layers like this. Of course, Mom also took very good care of me. In particular, her birthday presents were always in excellent taste, and she sometimes arranged for them several months in advance. Even though we always sent an invitation to Battler Oni-chan, he didn't get along with Dad or something, so he kept not coming. Ooh, Angie's birthday sounded like a lot of fun too. Battler and Uncle Rudolph are really lively. Yay, yay, giggle. Battler got covered in cola, ha ha ha. Maria Oni-chan peeked into my happy memory. As I sat quietly, wearing the origami helmet that Dad had made for fun, I was a little embarrassed. In my hand was a paper gun that Battler Oni-chan had folded for me, and Mom was taking a commemorative photo. It was the happiest moment of my life. But your birthday's no worse, Maria Oni-chan. And this is the day you get him, right? Sakutaro. Ooh, I was really looking forward to it. I got so excited, wondering when Mama would show me the wrap present in the corner of her bag. Sakutaro is the name of a stuffed animal that Maria was to receive that day. For quite some time before— oh man, oh fucking hell. Oh. Okay, so there's two reads on this, chat. There's two reads on this, and it once again goes into the theme of accepting a better magical reality or denying magic and then seeing things how they are really depressive. There are two reads on this scene, chat. One scene is that Angie has magical powers and through some magical connection can speak to her dead cousin and reminisce about the memories together and oh, it's so great and this is what actually really happened, all this other stuff. And then there's the non-magical answer, which is that she's so tragically abused and repressed and is having such a horrible life that she's sitting outside in her school by herself with her dead cousin's diary, daydreaming about family memories that she has no business knowing, could never know, and is just reminiscing about what could have been, what could have been, what could have been. Like fucking hell. Oh my god. With the music so nice too? Fuck. So what do you want it to be, chat? Do you want to have magic and make her have like a good moment here that's this little reprieve in her the dog shit fucking like puddle that is her life? Or do you want to take it away from her and just be like, no, you're daydreaming as a tragic fucking abuse survivor? For quite some time before then, Aunt Rosa had been making a stuffed animal to give to Maria as a present today. Hearing that it was a cute lion stuffed animal, Maria Oni-chan had already given it the name Sakutaro, even though she hadn't received it yet. Today, she was looking forward to meeting Sakutaro even more than her own birthday. Aunt Rosa ran a clothing design company. It seemed to be some kind of brand name. What was it? Auntie Rosa? It seems their catchphrase was, "I can't forgive the me of yesterday." Unfortunately, I've never met someone who knew that of that brand name. Wait, what? I never met someone who knew of that brand name. Maybe it wasn't that famous. So Aunt Rosa was pretty skilled with her hands. I heard that she made some of the clothing she wore herself, so making a stuffed animal had to be well within her capabilities. A handmade stuffed animal, that's pretty amazing. By the way, why did you call it Sakutaro? Ooh, actually wanted to call it Sakura, but it's a male lion, so she told me to give it a boy's name. So I added a boy like Taro and called him Sakutaro. Eventually, the last ooh disappeared because I used them too much and I was running out. Why Sakura? Ooh, the main character in Card Master Sakura. It was the name of the main character in a TV anime that was popular at the time. The fact that she'd simply borrow the name of a character she liked was, how should I say it, as innocent and cute as you'd expect from someone that age. Yeah, we have a dog named Yoshi. Ooh, mama, still no Sakutaro? I want to let Sakutaro join in my birthday too. Presents always come at the end, right? If you open it now, it'll get dirty. Hold on until the meal is over. Then I'll finish eating quickly. Ooh. And then her arms became a blur, like a fucking like motorboat blade. My God, the power! As soon as she proclaimed that, she started. I also thought that, given how straightforward Maria was, that was probably what she'd do. So it was kind of pleasant when my expectations weren't betrayed. In the end, Aunt Rosa lost to her daughter's eyes, which were sparkling with anticipation. No, this anime, it would have aired during your time on TV. Card Captor Sakura. Never heard of it. Never seen it. Cleaned up the table and took out the long-awaited wrapped present.
Happy birthday, Maria.
I have seen, unfortunately, the right. I'm sorry, Mouse. I'm sorry. Happy birthday, Maria. I wasn't able to spend much time on it, so I couldn't make it very well. Ooh, if you made it, I'll be happy with anything. Ooh. Okay, I'm not saying the name right. I'm not gonna be able to say how she said it. Sakutaro, ooh. Aunt Rosa spoke a bit humbly, but Maria Oni-chan was happy even before opening the wrapping. I could really understand that feeling. Wait, I thought it was a different name at first, or did they discuss the name before she got the present? I could really understand that feeling, but it's not a problem of quality. Just the fact that it was a handmade present was more pleasing than anything. Yeah, that's true. That's special. Can I open it? I wanted to wait until we got back home before doing it. But just for a bit, okay? We'll just take a look and say hello, then put it back. You can give them a proper greeting once we get home. We're in public, so you can't fool around, okay? Can you promise? Ooh, promise. So can I open it? Mama? Yes, just for a bit, okay? Yay! Before Aunt Rosa finished talking, Maria started unwrapping it. Whoa. As soon as she did, yellow and orange peeked out. What appeared was a slightly blank-looking lion stuffed animal with cute round eyes and a white chest. It was about the size of a small pillow. It looked pretty big next to someone as short as Maria Oni-chan, but it probably wasn't that large. From the perspective of someone who didn't know better, it would probably look like something cheap bought from a department store or something. But to Maria Oni-chan, it was her mother's handmade stuffed animal, the only one of its kind in the world and irreplaceable. Okay, so why isn't it on the island with her? Oh, Sakutaro, giggle, cute, so cute. Thank you, Mama. Thank you so much for making such a cute stuffed animal, even though you're so busy with work. Oh, is it completely made up story by Angie? Completely made up story by Maria in the diary. Real story, but she lost it, or real story, or Rosa like took it away from her afterwards, or something like that. Oh, cute, so cute. Thank you, Mama. Thank you so much for making such a cute stuffed animal, even though you're so busy with work. If you praise me that much, it's actually embarrassing. I couldn't take much time, so I couldn't make anything that good. I actually wanted to make one so big that you couldn't wrap your arms around it. No, this is good. With this size, we can always be together. We can go out together. Sakutaro, I'm your Oni-chan, One-chan. It really is an adorable stuffed animal. So this kid is Sakutaro, your best friend. Ooh, we can't go to school together, but me and my best friend are always together at home. In fact, Sakutaro has his own diary. I read it sometimes and pretend that we're doing things. Let's go into that one now. Sakutaro went and had dinner with his mom. You know, Sakutaro is really innocent and cute and is always nice to me. He supports me when I'm feeling down and plays a lot with me when I'm feeling good. So I'm never lonely anymore. Not lonely when mom is busy with work and I'm all alone. Not even when no one plays with me at school. Isn't that right, Sakutaro? Uru? At school, Maria One-chan had lived in the same kind of environment as I did. Compared to the other kids in her class, Maria One-chan's tempo was always a little slow. Her sensibilities and ways of viewing things were a little peculiar and a little too idiosyncratic for her to blend in. Her grades were low as well, and since she was talkative about everything related to the occult, her specialty, she was treated like a weirdo by everyone else in class. 1 second. Okay, no, it was nothing. Sorry, her grades were low as well. Yeah. If you were touched by Maria One-chan, you'd be cursed, stuff like that. Apparently everyone in her class acted like she was disgusting, made fun of her, and avoided her. If a boy bumped into Maria One-chan, he'd start rubbing that part against the other boys as if he'd gotten some scum on him. Huh, they pick up her stuff like it was something filthy and chase the other boys around with it. It seems the girls thought even speaking to her was unpleasant, so they ignored her all the time, only giggling and sneering at her whenever she made a mistake. It looks like bullying is the same in all eras. Humans really don't advance at all, do they? If only they just get wiped out. I'm sad when I'm bullied, but I think it can't be helped. It can't be helped? Why not? After all, there's a rule that says every class has to have a single bully kid. Man, bullying's so fucked up. There were some times in my school life when I was bullied early on. I went to a lot of different schools. I think I wasn't bullied in high school. Both high schools I went to. I had like a couple of interactions now and then that were like temporary, like just like bullied for a day sort of thing. Got into a couple fights, that sort of thing, but nothing that was long lasting. But in one school when I was around like I think 8 or 9 years old, I was bullied there for like a month or so, and yeah, that was pretty fucked up, and again pretty short lived. No, maybe it was a little longer than a month. I can't remember. Yeah, I think that I don't know. I haven't done much reading about this. I probably should, considering how many kids I have. But like bullying is. Like, has there been any progress on the front of bullying? Because bullying, I feel like, does a lot more damage than we care to admit. It's like really fucked up, man. And it doesn't stop when you get out of school either. Like you can find you can find bullies on the Discord. Like there's bullies in all walks of life. There's the bullies in offices. There's bullies in university. Like bullies don't just go away, man. Sometimes people who were bullied when they were kids become the bullies of adults, and they're really fucking vindictive about it too, because like they were bullied, so now they feel like they have a blank past to become the bully later in life. They can do that too. Yeah. It's actually gotten worse. Has it really? Now this is the internet, so it's worse. Yeah, I do feel for the current generation and the generation a little before that. Like, cause like when I used to go home from high school, it was like I couldn't. It was a novelty if I could speak to someone from my class at home on the computer, like, oh, this is cool. How grown up. Whereas now it's like high school, you can't turn that off. There's probably this like whole like online ecosystem of the social groups that continue. Like, imagine having like your Discord that you're on. Holy shit. At least in the US, it's been terrible. Teaching during this era is a nightmare with the tech age and how fast things spread. Yeah. My much younger cousins didn't have that much bullying in their schools, but maybe they were blind to it. I think it depends on location. Yeah, I don't think there was much bullying going on in one of the high schools that I went to, but maybe I just didn't see it. Yeah, it's that too. Like there was a lot of kids in that school, but within my class, I don't think there was bullying going around. Just a good group, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, let's continue. Sorry. Just thinking about that. That's a horrible rule. I like to find the person who made it and hit them over the head with a brick. Using the corner, of course. Holy shit! If I wasn't there, then there'd surely be a new bully kid chosen in my place. By staying strong, I can protect that kid. Aww. As she said that, she smiled faintly. Maria Oni-chan's way of thinking really is unusual. According to her, from the beginning, a witch had resided in that place called a school. No, she says that any place where a lot of people gather will have a witch residing there. The witch tries to steal the students' souls through death by disease or accidents. Apparently, she sometimes also corrupts those souls, leading them down that path of evil. She says that an angel came, not content to let that continue. And the angel tried to finish off that witch. The witch was powerful, and the fight took 7 days and 7 nights, but even then, it still wasn't over. The tired-out witch asked for a truce and proposed this. I heard about that one before. Until now, I've made half the students in the class become sick or injured, but in exchange, I've protected the remaining half of the students from sickness and injury. Therefore, if one member of the class becomes a sacrifice to me and is made into the bullied kid, I shall protect all of the other students from sickness and injury. Right? Ooh, the angel thought about it. Compared to half the class meeting with misfortune, having only one person be unfortunate would be much better. Then, the witch said that she'd protect the safety of all the other students using her powerful magic. If there are 40 students in a class, and the 20 victims are reduced to 1, then 19-year-old girl, that'd be pretty impressive. The angel decided to accept that proposal because he was a coward, so through that single sacrifice, 19 people were saved. That's why my role is important. The witch is protecting 19 people. Because we become sacrifices, well, I don't remember ever being thanked by those 19 people. Maria One-chan's idea was too compassionate. Both of us are suffering from a very similar type of misfortune, and yet, maybe a small difference in our way of thinking changes how peaceful our hearts are. So you aren't sad, Maria One-chan? Ooh, I'm not sad at all. After all, I'll be together with Sakutaro from now on, right, Sakutaro? Ooh, if I can be with Maria, I'll be happy too. I'm fucking Sakutaro. Look, Sakutaro says he's happy too. Ooh. Maria Oni-chan hugged the Sakutaro stuffed animal, playing both sides of the conversation herself. I don't understand it, but that's exactly why I want to reach Maria's Oni-chan's level. So I was intensely drawn to her tale and her words. Angie, is it tough because you're all alone? It is tough, but just the time I can be like this with you is different. Because I'm not all alone. Then if Sakutaro also becomes your friend, it'll be even more fun. Ooh. Then starting today, Sakutaro is Angie's new friend. Right, Sakutaro? Gouge the head and kill. Ooh, I am Angie's friend. Ooh, Angie. Skillfully moving the stuffed animal like it was a puppet, Maria One-chan expressed Sakutaro's emotions. She was controlling him, but the charming way he waved his short hand and cocked his head to the side made it feel like he really was a new friend called Sakutaro. Of course, looking at it with cold eyes, it would only appear that Maria One-chan was comforting me when I was grumpy. But a soul had definitely been sent into a stuffed animal. You know what, Greg? For Sakutaro, I'm feeling goofy. Thank you for a reminder of that, Mark. The soul of Maria One-chan's love. So I acknowledge the existence of being called Sakutaro inside the stuffed animal. Come on, say hi to Sakutaro too, Angie. Come on, you say hi too, Sakutaro. Gosh, is Angie a scary person? As Sakutaro timidly looked at me, he unexpectedly met my gaze and hid behind Maria One-chan's back in surprise. Maria One-chan really is good at playing with stuffed animals. It's okay, Sakutaro. Angie isn't scary. She's a really nice girl. Ooh. Hello, I'm Sakutaro. You. Giggle. Pleased to meet you, Sakutaro. I'm Angie. I'm glad to have a new friend. I held out my hand as though asking for a handshake. You don't like handshakes, and Sakutaro's short hand was stuck out toward me, lightly touching my index finger. After all, when a human and a stuffed animal shake hands, their sizes are too different. This greeting by touching each other's fingers was our handshake. Ooh, now Angie and Sakutaro are already friends. 2 people are more fun than 1, and 3 people are more fun than 2. Ooh. Maria One-chan had given the name Sakataro to the stuffed animal she was to receive on her birthday, and had warmed and expanded his existence in her heart for a long, long time. Therefore, even before she met him, existence was sublimated into a personality. Even at the first moment they met, they were already friends. It's suspiciously golden color on the stuffed animal, don't you think, chat? Of course, that wasn't anything extraordinary in Maria One-chan's eyes. Although I don't think she personified and loved anything quite as much as Sakataro. She loved the things she owned very much. She owned very much, treating them just like friends or beloved pets. Maybe Aunt Rosa hadn't let her keep a pet at some point in time, so she felt like treasuring objects instead. And maybe she was so isolated that she'd been forced to find a friend nearby. Because of all that, what happened that day wasn't anything extraordinary from her perspective. Even so, Sakataro, no, maybe I should call it Sakataro, like Maria One-chan. There's no doubt that Sakataro was a stuffed animal. No, a friend whom she loved more than anything or anyone. Oh, why does that get a thing? Hello, it's Mama. You're in a good mood. Is a friend over? Ooh, playing with Sakataro. Sakataro, knock it off. Oh, no. No, Rosa, no. No, fucking Christ, Rosa, no. 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 Oh, God, no. No. Oh, I hope I'm wrong. It was already about 9 at night. Rosa had asked because this wasn't a good time to have a friend over, and she'd just been a little surprised. But when she thought about it, Maria didn't have any friends who would come over to play, did she? Even so, to think that she'd have so much fun playing with that stuffed animal. Rosa was very pleased that Maria had liked her birthday present so much. For now, sorry, Mama just can't get her work finished tonight. The next season's lineup is having a tough time. It looks like we're finally starting to get orders bit by bit, and I want to somehow give it a bit more impact so we can answer the expectations. So you're spending the night? Sure, okay. Do your best, Mama. Really? Thank you, Maria. Thanks for being understanding about Mama's work. Rosa was surprised that Maria had accepted so easily that she wouldn't be able to come home from work. To Rosa, having to tell Maria that she'd be coming home late or staying overnight was a huge burden. Maria would start crying about how lonely she was on the other end of the phone, and it took a lot of time and effort to calm her down. To think that Maria would accept it in such high spirits. Is this also thanks to Sakataro? Okay, maybe I'm wrong then. Rosa was once again pleased that she'd given her daughter such a good present. I'll make sure I come back this time tomorrow. Let's eat dinner together then. You haven't eaten dinner yet, have you, Maria? Buy a bento at the convenience store and eat it. Oh, wait, Maria's just home alone? No sweets and no soda. I'll check the receipt and the change, understand? Ooh, shopping with Sakataro, shopping with Sakataro. Hey, not Sakataro, have him watch over the house. From Maria's manner of speech, Rosa got the feeling that Maria might have gone shopping with that stuffed animal without her knowing about it. Rosa's forehead creased, and after sourly saying that Maria... Ooh, Mama said I mustn't go shopping with Sakataro. Ooh, can't go shopping with Maria. Staying home alone will be lonely. Why did Mama say not to go shopping with Sakataro? Ooh. Yuryu, I'm sure that if Maria was seen with me, it would be embarrassing. Embarrassing? Why? Mama says not to take me outside a lot, and she usually says Maria can't do it because she's too old. Ooh. But I'm not embarrassed at all to be seen with Sakataro, right? I'm a lion, but I'm a stuffed animal. You're a lion and a stuffed animal, but you're my friend. So let's go out together, just when Mama isn't around, as a secret. Ooh. You aren't saying that you're embarrassed, are you? I'm not embarrassed, but the people outside are a little scary. Is that it? Then I'll make it so you can go outside without being scared. Leave it to me, I've got something that's really useful. A disguise? Maria started fishing around her messy room. Rosa often told her to clean it up, but Maria apparently didn't like doing it. However, Maria herself knew more or less where everything was. Excuse me. So much so that if it were to be cleaned up, she would have trouble finding where anything was. Here it is. Hey, look, Sakataro, a knapsack. Maria proudly held. This way we can go shopping together and Sakataro won't be scared. Maria held Sakataro up and started stuffing him into the knapsack. At first, she tried to stick him in head first, but then he'd be upside down and suffocate. So she pulled him out and tried pushing him in again, feet first. Ooh, tight, cramped, dark. Ooh, irk. Look, it's all right. If you stick your head out, it isn't cramped, it isn't dark, and it isn't scary, and it's a good view. Ooh. Ooh, you're right. Is it okay for me to go shopping with Maria like this? Yeah, it'll be fine. Why not? What should we get for dinner tonight? Come on, let's go out, Sekotaro. Ooh. Giggle. Looks like you're having fun, Maria Oni-chan. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Even things that would be lonely and boring all alone. Sorry, boring alone all become fun with Sakutaro. Any human friend would have to go home when he gets late. But Sakutaro doesn't go home, so we can be together all the time. He'll watch TV with me, be together even in the futon, and even hold my hand on scary nights when there's thunder. He'll chase away the monsters in the closet and under the bed. Sakutaro is reliable. Ew, since I'm a lion, I'll show my courage and chase away any monsters that scare Maria. Ew, roar. They were so close that it made me a little envious. I'm supposedly older now than Maria Oni-chan was then. But Maria Oni-chan really is my Oni-chan, and I still haven't reached her level. If only I had a friend close by like Sakutaro. Sakutaro and I are your close friends, right? We're always by your side. It's just that your magic is weak, so you can't perceive us unless you open my diary like this. Perceive? You know some pretty difficult words, Maria Oni-chan. According to her, this world is full of magic and spirits, and there is natural and nearby is a light breeze. You don't normally notice it or see the wind, but when the incense smoke or something draws trails, you can see it, right? Right. And even if you can't see it, it's always nearby. That's it. We're always really close by to you, Angie. Gods and spirits and guardian spirits are always right next to us, but if you aren't conscious of them, you can't feel their existence, like wind that can't be seen with the eyes. But they certainly are near us, and if they draw trails in the smoke called magic, anyone can see them. Okay, so my thought when on the phone there was that Rosa was going to start getting, I think it's a problem that Maria is hanging out with the stuffed animal that she got instead of like a real friend, because she made that comment in one of the previous episodes, and that she was going to destroy the stuffed animal so Maria couldn't hang out with it anymore, and that way she would be like, you know, motivated to get a real friend instead. That's where I thought it was going. But now I think she's going to go out with a stuffed animal and she's going to lose it. Because now it's building up this going out with the stuffed animal and knapsack thing. But then again, maybe that's not going to happen either. Maybe it's just a collection of like nice memories for a bit. I don't know. Rosa wouldn't do that? Okay. Sure. I thought I'd only be able to meet Maria Oni-chan while this diary was open. But from what she says, she's always with me and I can meet her at any time if I truly desire to. Along with the record of my life, I left a fragment of my own soul in my diary, so the power of my magic resides in this diary, but it's very faint, so only you can feel it. Only I can tell it's there? Yes. After all, the power of a witch resides in you, just like me. If you study hard, you too will definitely become a great witch in the future. A witch. I wonder if that'd be fun. Ooh, it is fun. If you do that, you'll be able to know that Sakutaro and I are always by your side, even without opening the diary. If you do that, every day will become fun. If you do that, I'll introduce you to many other friends. If you do that, every day will get busy and very lively. That might be fun. I do have the grimoire you left behind, Maria Oni-chan. I'll try reading it seriously sometime soon. If I do that, I won't be all alone anymore. Right? Ooh. Maria Oni-chan and Sakutaro said that at the same time, happy that I developed an interest in the world of witches. With her knapsack, oh, we're doing it! With her knapsack on her back. Well, it was that time of day after all. Everyone in the shopping district was either a shop owner lowering their shutters on their shops, or an employee rushing, or else staggering on their way home. Alright, so Rosa's fucking sucks even more than I realized. Holy shit! Amidst all that, Maria, who was in a good mood like someone seeing something out of place. Office ladies giggled at the cute stuffed animal poking its head out of the knapsack. The supermarket had been closed for a while by this time. However, convenience stores, which had been growing in popularity lately, stayed open until midnight. It was very convenient for Maria, whose mother's return was often late. Maria lowered the knapsack from her back, and carrying it like a child in her arms, she headed over to the sweet buns corner. Wow, this really is convenient, she said. She pointed to a sweet bun that she had eaten before, explaining to Sakutaro that this one was delicious, and that one was pretty good too. Sakutaro seemed to be enjoying it a lot. I'm gonna have the 3-colored one. With just this one, you can eat bean jam and cream and strawberry jam, but there's sometimes greenish brown bean jam or white bean jam. There should be one kind of bean jam. Ooh, looks like having different things inside that makes them interesting. Ooh. It is jam bread. Next, I'll have a fruit yogurt. There's fruit in it, but it isn't a sweet, right? Yeah, I'm sure Mama will be fine with it. Do you want one too, Sakutaro? Ooh, is that really okay? What about the money? Ooh, no problem. Look, it's Sotoku Taishi, ooh. So I can buy you whatever you want too, Sakutaro. Let's eat together. Would you like some yogurt too, Sakutaro? When Ria made to grab another one of the same fruit yogurt, Sakutaro bent his head slightly worried. Ooh, but I can't eat a big one, so a small one will be fine. Ooh, then how about a small yogurt? It's 30 yen. That's cheap. Ooh, that's good enough for me. Yogurt with Maria. Yogurt with Sakutaro. Ooh. Meanwhile, grandfather Kinzo, with fucking like so much gold that no one can carry it in his fucking basement, Maria put the 3 colored bread and the 2 yogurts into a shopping basket and brought them to the register. The man running the register had been in charge of the tobacco shop that had been here until last year. I seem to be seeing you a lot this time of day, little lady. You're a good girl, but maybe you better come with your mother if you're going to go shopping at this time in the future, okay? Mama said it's okay, so it's fine. Mama always comes home late because of her work, but we aren't lonely, right, Sakutaro? Ooh, really? That sounds tough. Here, I'll give you some free soda. The man working at the store took a can of leftover soda or something from behind the register and packed it into the bag with everything else. Thank you, mister. Ooh, isn't that great, Sakutaro? Ooh. Since she'd been told not to buy soda, she couldn't take it back home, so she decided to drink it on her way back and not bring the empty can back home. With the vinyl bag with the sweet bun in it around her elbow, holding the knapsack with Sakutaro in it with that same arm and drinking her soda, the two of them walked home. Ooh. Yuzuko Sho soda isn't really good. You want to try too, Sakutaro? Ooh. You're mean, Maria. Nasty. It sure is. Ooh. Of course, it's not like she could actually make a stuffed animal drink soda. She just put the can into Sakutaro's mouth and pretended to tilt it. Wait, what? But it was fun for Maria to share the taste of this weird drink that she had gotten for free with Sakutaro. There was a huge moon in the sky. At times, the moon had been clouded by tears when she'd been unmanageable. During Rose's overnight stays. But when she'd been scolded by her mother. But this moon was very warm, and it seemed to watch over the two of them as they enjoyed their trip home by themselves. Maria and Sakutaro. Angie watched the two of them go from behind. She looked so warm from behind. After looking at the backs of Maria, Oni-chan, and Sakutaro together, it became very hard to remember all those long nights when she'd cried because her mother hadn't come home. I couldn't say it to Maria Oni-chan, but if I'd been in the same position, I may have given a stuffed animal the name Sakutaro, but it wouldn't have been anything more or less than a stuffed animal. Anyone can make a relationship that only distracts you from your loneliness. But Maria Oni-chan was different. Sakutaro isn't a stuffed animal or a toy. He was a real friend, and far from just distracting Maria from her loneliness. He changed the nights without her mother into a fun time where they could play all by themselves. Was it because Sakutaro was a special stuffed animal? Because her mother had made it herself? Because it was very, very cute? Probably not. If there's a secret here, it doesn't lie within Sakutaro. I think it probably lies within Maria Oni-chan. Huh. Itorichi. Oh, okay. Nothing bad happened. Yeah, okay. This is the power of magic you were talking about, Maria Oni-chan? Ooh. Knowing magic means you notice a lot of friends right beside you that you didn't notice before. It's as fun as having a bunch of new toy shops pop up all over the neighborhood. What is a moon but a space chandelier? +2 chatter, +2. If even I, locked up in an academy without a single friend, had power like Maria Oni-chan, I wonder if I could make my days just a bit richer. I wonder if I'll be able to honestly shed tears on nights I feel like crying, to smile on gray nights. Yes, you can. You can do it. After all, you also have what it takes to become a witch. Did you just read her thoughts, or...? Yeah, it looks like it. What it takes to become a witch. I have what it takes to become a witch too. So I've still got a lot more studying and training to do. I'll definitely become a wonderful witch, flying in the sky on a broom, drawing rainbows with my cane, making candy fall from the sky. I can definitely do it. Then I'll show you too. It makes me feel that maybe I really can become a witch, because in reality, on that desolate night when no flower of a smile could possibly have bloomed, her magic surely gave birth to a smile. I wonder if I can become a witch. You can. You're a bit older, so your soul is bound a bit more by gravity. That might make training tougher than it is for me. But you definitely can. After all, you're already touching a small piece of magic. Come on, look. In a world where I don't exist, you summoned me and you're talking with me. This is magic? Yeah. You've expanded the fragment of my soul that I left in my diary, and you're reviving me right now. I also said it a short while ago, right? Since you managed to reunite me and reunite with me and have a conversation, since you're able to smile every once in a while, you must have some magical talent, Angie. Your Maria Oni-chan guarantees it. Ooh. You said it a second ago, Oni-chan. I thought I could only meet you while the diary was open, but you're really nearby all the time, right? If I had more of the power of magic, would I be able to see you? And, just like now, would I be able to talk with you, Oni-chan? At any time? Yeah, we can talk at any time. I'm there by your side to say good morning, and even during class. Let's talk together during dull classes to distract you from your boredom. I'll also be there to talk to you during meals, so let's always be together like this during lunch break. We're with you after school too, and of course I'm always by your side even after you return to the dormitory. It's just that you don't see me except when the diary is opened. Even when I close the diary? Maria Oni-chan? You'll be by my side, right? Yes, I'll be there. So if you try to see me and try to talk to me, I'll definitely be able to answer. If you look strongly and try to talk, that is. I'll give it a try. It isn't easy, okay? It isn't going to go so well. It isn't going to go well all of a sudden, got it? I understand. I'm sure it won't be easy. But I want to be like you, Maria Oni-chan. Ooh, I understand. Then look at me well. Look closely. Okay. Slowly open and close your eyes. You can't shut them for a long time all of a sudden. After burning my form into your eyes, try to make it blend into the inside of your eyelids. Remember when she did the weird creepy face and freaked everyone in chat out? Yeah, I'm doing it. Once you can visualize me even with when your eyes are closed, without changing anything, slowly and softly close your eyes again. How is it? Can you still see me? Yes, I think I can probably see you. And try opening your eyes for a second. Now, for the real thing. Calm your heart and close the diary. At that time, my form may disappear for a second. But calm your heart and don't get anxious. And then try to make the me that's blended into the inside of your eyelids blend back into your eyes. Slowly visualize me into the empty air. In the empty air, see me. Yeah, I'm okay. Then, I'll close the diary. Ooh. Slowly, I closed it. When I did so, a gray reality filled with dull air unfolded. Of course, Maria Oni-chan's form disappeared. Give it all you've got. Have courage. Take the first step into the world of witches. I felt like Maria Oni-chan was cheering me on inside my heart. She's cheering me on? Really? Or do I just think that she is? No, that's wrong. It's because I think that that I cannot see her. Maria Oni-chan is always by my side, and even now she's definitely there, cheering me on to do my best. That reached my ears, so I mustn't ignore it like it's my imagination or the voice of my own heart. I believe that Maria Oni-chan is there. I mustn't doubt. I believe. Oni-chan said she'd always be by my side. I must not doubt that. But looking at that empty space by the empty back wall of the school building, amidst those almost heartlessly boring rays of sunlight, calling out her name was unexpectedly difficult. The chains of common sense that had clung to me until today sneered at me, telling me that calling out to the empty air was ridiculous. It was almost like being told to take a step forward off the roof of a skyscraper overlooking a sea of lights, or being 14 years old and thinking that if you just tried really, really hard enough, maybe you could have Jedi mind powers and you could, force push open the door across the room, but you just haven't tried hard enough yet. It's Maria Oni-chan saying it. It's alright. She's saying that I'm someone who can do it. Stop thinking that you might fall, or that it'd be foolish to take a step off a roof. And free yourself from those chains of common sense. Phew. Okay. I steady my breathing. I concentrate on my mind. Make the vivid form of Maria Oni-chan in the empty space before you. Rise to the surface. Understand magic. And see Maria Oni-chan. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Maria Oni-chan. Huh? Is someone there? At that time, I was answered by a rustle in the bushes and a wild cry, and I came to my senses. It looked like I wasn't the only one behind the school building. No, since I'd been so immersed in the world of the diary, I hadn't noticed someone coming. I recognized a group of 3 beyond the bushes. They were kids from my class. From their appearance, it felt as though they'd come behind the school building to gossip about someone or talk in secret. I hurried out of that place, because if it became known that I'd been alone in a place like this, mumbling to myself, it'd become a pain again. She said it right? She said it right? She said Maria Oni-chan or something, right? Isn't that creepy? She isn't seeing spirits or something, is she? Giggle, 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 giggle. Usho Miya-san, so funny. Ooh. I could hear the shrill, loud laughter from behind, irritated and feeling that Maria Oni-chan with just little more time. It was frustrating, aggravating. Why does everyone get in my way? I haven't gotten in anyone else's way, not even once. I ran and ran, and it still felt as though I could hear their shrill laughter. Oh. Okay. Okay, not a bad sequence, a little long. I think they could have cut maybe 20% of that out and still had the same effect, if not a stronger effect. But I see what they were doing, and I like it. The World 12 years later, October 1998. Hold on. Chat, I'm reading it. I saw the white. Hold on. I'm still looking at the screen. I see a building, a lot of glass. Yep, blue sky. Okay. All right. You don't need to make a clip. I'm here. All right. It's fading to white. Doing a white wipe. All right. Here we go. Ashtray. There's an ashtray. Okay. It's 19... Thank you, Nelly Orion, for the resub. Thank you, Herager12. No, I already said thank you to these people. What am I doing? Oh, you're getting extra thank yous. Extra thank yous. Thank you, Tick Dickler, for the bits. Remember calling you Joe, thinking the name was pretty good. Then I started calling you Tom and thought it was all right. But then when I came back to Joe, I almost gagged. Thank you for the bits. Thank you, Amaki. Or Amkey111 for the resub. Hi Joe, I hope you realize how much you improved as a streamer entertainer during your time streaming. Maybe not quite as much as other people say, but I can definitely see improvement. Yeah, streams are really fun to watch these days, and I hope you're having fun as well. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that. The big one I'm trying to work on right now is not fighting with chat ever. Little bickering and little fun fights are fine, but never ever getting to an actual fucking fight. That's what I'm trying to work on now. Thank you, Tornalex, for the resub. Hey Thun. What is your opinion on immersive blenders? I mean, I don't know. They're dangerous because you can really lose yourself in them. So I try not to use them. I have a bullet blender. I haven't used it since I moved it over here, though. It's been a while since I used it. I was doing meal prep last night, and I learned that my stove doesn't work. So that was fun. I only made 2 of the 4 meals that I wanted to, so I'm gonna have to do more of that tonight. Thank you, Dangerous Dookie, for giving out 5 gift subs. Thank you very much, Dangerous Dookie. Interesting name. Thank you, Teramama, for the new sub as well. Thank you. Joe enjoying slice of life scenes. Impossible. Ryukushi has done it again. That was not a slice of life scene. I don't think so anyway. That felt like an important plot scene to me. I don't know. Lost the meal prep race too. That's got a scene. We don't need to talk about that, Jelly, okay? We don't need to talk about that. No. We don't need to talk about it. Thank you, Yuri was taken for the bits. Maria, this chapter, without love, I cannot be seen. Jessica, last chapter, without eyes, nothing can be seen. Yeah, I do think that love line is about that, what we've been speaking about with the accept magic or see reality for what it is, yeah. But what is love? Is love seeing something that's fake for the sake of the person, or is love forcing you to view reality, even though it might be bad? It's still better in the long term. I don't know. Okay, who is this person? Rumor has it, Angie-chan, that you jumped off the top of a skyscraper. The groupies were getting annoying, so I thought I'd give them the slip. Angie and an old gentleman wearing an expensive suit were alone in a massive modern conference room. All the newest machines for presentations were installed there, but they didn't upset its refined and composed atmosphere. Okay, hold on. Even after throwing herself off the top of a skyscraper, she miraculously survived unharmed. After that mystical experience, she threw away everything and went on a journey by herself to learn her past. Can she break through Beatrice's magic from her position 12 years in the future? Okay, so when she threw herself off the skyscraper at the end of the tea party scene, she didn't drop into the game? Okay, so it's different. All right. Where's this going? Oh, she's dead. After being repeatedly hospitalized because of psychogenic stress, she's already died. in the world of 1998 due to acute heart failure. She lived at her later years in isolation with no one to understand her, and as the only survivor from Rikijima, the media gave her the name Queen of Suspicion. She continued to make reckless expansions of her business just like Kinzo had done in the past, which earned her many enemies. By her later years, she was doing it merely to harass people, as like of Angie, who would eventually succeed her. Oh, what? A little magician who has inherited the black blood from Kinzo. Unlike Kinzo, she was gifted with talent and began to tread the path of the magician from a young age. However, if Battler is immune to magic, why is it that the stakes can kill him in the Velvet Room? Meanwhile, the Chiester sisters couldn't do that. Is it because the stakes are, they're just physically hurting him? They're just punching him to death instead of using magic? Does that count? He's into it. Oh, okay, that's true. He's into it, so he lets it happen. Okay. Unlike Kinzo, she was gifted with talent and began to tread the path of the magician from a young age. However, her power is still weak, and she hasn't yet graduated from an apprentice's level. However, she is skilled with enchantments. Okay, I remember reading that before. Okay. The Endless Witch. The Endless Witch will live for 1,000 years in the future, or perhaps she is a hunter of witches who fell them all. Witches cannot be felled if they are not understood. Witches cannot be felled even if they are understood. To understand witches and yet deny them, only this contradictory power gives her the blade with which to fell witches. Cognitive Dissonance Blade. Okay, so why is her name Angie in all caps in the other one? Okay, I think we read that. All the new submissions, and that alone was enough to make the business-like theme of the room abundantly clear. However, that didn't matter at all to Angie. She carelessly sat on a high-class chair that executives making a salary of several 10 million yen probably sat in, looking aloof from the world. It's because I knew they were remodeling on a lower floor and had a safety net out. Angie talked about it like it was no big deal, but in reality it had been a miracle among miracles to think that she'd shot through several layers of safety netting for the remodeling project, been caught in a multicolored banner adorning the atrium and slipped off, only to be softly caught by a final barrier, land on the ground without a scratch, and then briskly leave that place. It put Hong Kong movies to shame. Whether you knew there was a net or not, this is a 200-meter tall super skyscraper we're talking about, right? If things hadn't gone as you planned, there'd be a real mess to deal with now. I figured that if I died, then I'd be dead, and that would be that, more or less. Well, still, I was testing my luck a bit. Call it youthful zeal. As though saying that she'd had enough of that topic, Angie shrugged coldly. Seeing that, the old gentleman, who was looking at the world below through a crack in the blinds, cackled. So, you were testing your luck, is that it? My, you truly are Kinzo-san's grandchild. The nerve to trust your life to chance. The chairman was also a woman who could stake her life on a bet like it was nothing, so maybe this really is the Ushomiya's blood at work. You really will make it big in the future. Please, let me be blunt. Why not give up this running away from home act and return to the Sumadera family? I heard that Mom had a bad relationship with her family. I don't want to go to the house of people I first met at a funeral. The Sumaderas are Mom's family. They're an old family from Kyoto, and compared to Mom's frank attitude, unbelievably strict. The only Sudamera I'd been on good terms with was Grandpa, who was living apart from his family under the guise of retirement. Mom kept in touch with him too, but she avoided the rest of the family completely, almost hostilely so. So when I went out to play with the Sumadera family, it was always Grandpa's house I visited. When I was young, I didn't really understand. Oh, am I saying it wrong? Sumadera? Sorry, did I put the D there? Yeah, sorry, a little dyslexic. When I was young, I didn't really understand it. But I hear that Grandpa was in an extremely weak position as a man who'd moved into his wife's family register, and his relationship with Grandma was also bad. You might even say that Grandma hated him and confined him to the house. What? It isn't hard to imagine that because she had a soft spot for Grandpa alone. Mom was always hated by the Sumaderas. Since I was her daughter, they probably hated me quite a bit too, and yet they appeared for the first time at Mom's funeral, shamelessly going on about how big I'd gotten, like they could actually act like family after all this time. When Ava died, I would inherit all the wealth of the Ushiromiya family. If that wasn't what they were after, there's no way they would have been able to say such disgusting words. Well, it's not as bad. It's not as though I can't understand your desire for self-abandonment now that you're all alone. This isn't self-abandonment. I'm just taking a carefree stroll now that that annoying Aunt Ava has finally kicked the bucket. Everyone else is just making too big of a deal out of it. Of course, everyone's after the vast Ushiromiya wealth I bear. They must think that becoming my guardian means they'll be able to do as they please with that wealth. Just how many people have tried to get close to me, acting like they want to be a substitute parent? If you ever find that you're hurting, please talk with me if it will help, okay? After all, I think of you as my own grandchild, Angie-chan. I'll say no thank you for now. More importantly, let's return to what we were talking about. Angie-chan. No matter how many times you ask, I am hiding nothing. The chairman was the only survivor on Okenjima that day, and she passed away without saying anything. I myself know nothing. Everything is wrapped in darkness, you see. This old gentleman was one of those leaders who had been entrusted with the business group Ava had built up after she passed away. The one he called chairman was the former chairman, Ushiromiya Ava. His company once had friendly ties with Hideyoshi's business, and he had a close relationship with both Hideyoshi and Ava. For that reason, when Ava lost Hideyoshi, he became the only person to whom Ava might have let her true intentions slip. Whenever Ava's heart was torn by the loss of her family, whenever she took it out on Angie, he had acted as a buffer between the two, so although Angie didn't trust him, she found him a very easy person to question. That crime was... no, that accident. If I call it a crime, I'll get in trouble. I had the same questions about it as the public and the talk shows. At the time of the accident, why was Aunt Ava in a place 2 kilometers away from the mansion all alone? And on the night of a storm? Back then, Kinzo-san was unsure as to whom he should select to be his successor. Officially, he decided on his son, Kraus-san, but he didn't have much trust in that man. So, to fairly determine a successor from among the 4 siblings, he made this game-like test called the Riddle of the Epitaph. Ostensibly, yes. Kinzo-san probably planned to make Ava-san the successor from the beginning. He wanted to withdraw his own rule that the eldest son be the successor, and instead of Kraus-san, leave the family to the extremely diligent and brilliant Ava-san. The new rule about giving the inheritance to the one who solved the epitaph was probably nothing more than a farce to snatch the position of his successor away from Kraus-san. What do you mean by farce? There was no need for anyone to solve that epitaph. Once it had been displayed for an appropriate amount of time, Kinzo-san could just call Ava-san, whom he truly wanted to succeed him, and give her the answer. In other words, Sumari, that itself would provide proof of her succession to the headship. This isn't something they brought up on the talk shows, is it? Well, once you bring up the succession of the headship, conspiracy theories tend to rise to the surface. I'm no fool myself. I won't go out of my way to say things that could invite misunderstandings, you see. This was his theory. At the time, the Ushiromiya family head, Kinzo, whose remaining life was announced to be short, was troubled by the problem of who was to succeed him. Normally, the successor would be fixed as the oldest son, Kraus, whom Kinzo had chosen himself, but in his later years, Kinzo began to think that Ava would make a more fitting family head. However, Kinzo, who was stubborn even against himself, was stymied by the title of successor that he'd already given to Kraus, and he searched for an official stance by which he could skip over Kraus and select Ava as his successor. That official stance was the Riddle of the Epitaph. The primary successor was still Kraus, but there was a new rule saying that if someone appeared who could solve the riddle, they would be chosen as the successor to the headship. Then, on what would probably be his final family conference, Kinzo told Ava the answer to that riddle himself. In short, it was the same as proclaiming that Ava herself was the successor. On that day, Ava-san was summoned by Kinzo-san, who revealed the answer to her, and so that she could succeed the headship, he called Ava-san to the hidden mansion Kuwadorian, which only the head knew about. And because Aunt Ava arrived at the hidden mansion one step ahead, she escaped harm in that accident, you say. Accident. Maybe Aunt Ava just killed everyone and made it look like an accident so she could steal all the wealth for herself. And maybe that's why only she escaped unharmed. Well, that's what the papers are shouting about. However, I believe Ava-san. Because I'm an idiot, I'd say that there are several points that justify trusting her. For example, that ring of the Ushiromiya family head, which is on your finger now, Angie-san, that ring is the only one of its kind in the world, which Kinzo-san had made specially, and the artisan who made it acknowledges that the object on your finger is, without a doubt, that ring. The Ushiromiya family head's ring. That ring, with the heft of gold and the one-winged seal on it. had a diamond arranged on a pedestal and felt both sturdy and reminiscent of the dark hobbies of the rich. Kinzo had worn that on his finger without removing it, even for a moment. This man was saying that the fact that Eva had it proved that Kinzo had acknowledged her as a successor, or she just killed him and took the ring. What the fuck are you talking about? What? After all, Eva-san certainly did have that ring, and if you take into consideration that Eva-san actually was talented and that Kraus-san had made a fool of himself several times on the business scene, I cannot imagine that Eva-san's story is completely made up. Although there's still the possibility that she murdered grandfather in order to steal that ring, then Aunt Eva, using some kind of trick, massacred everyone and made it look like an accident. Ah, yes, it seems the papers were saying something about her massacring everyone with keeping all the wealth to herself as the goal. True, Eva-san was a person capable of holding back nothing when she was determined to accomplish something, or she may have committed murder just once in her life if a chance for keeping all of the Ushimiya family wealth for herself presented itself. However, I don't think that happened. So what's the second point that justifies your trust in her? George died. Eva-san's family, Hideyoshi-san and George-kun. It might be difficult for you to believe all of a sudden, Angie-san, but Eva-san was a person who treasured family greatly. True, part of me didn't want to believe it or acknowledge it, but I did understand vaguely. Aunt Eva certainly had been a person who highly treasured her family. After all, the root of her twisted personality had been nothing more than the sadness of losing her beloved husband and son. After getting hit with her angry outbursts as she tried to distract herself from that pain, I have no feelings of sympathy at all. But it's not like I can't imagine how the incredible shock of losing her whole family must have changed her character. Alright, the end of episode 3 is just getting so much fucking continuity development. Oh. Jotler and Anderson? That's nice, that's nice. You're saying there's no way Aunt Eva, who loved her family, would throw away her husband and her son? That's right. Even if Eva-san really was the culprit and massacred the entire family, making it look like an accident, she most certainly would have spared her husband and son. Maybe those two were the only accidents, and the rest were murdered. She would quibble that, by coincidence, only her family had been in the hidden mansion. If Hideyoshi-san and George-kun had been safe, even I would probably suspect Eva-san. I truly cannot imagine that Eva-san's wailing at Hideyoshi-san's funeral was an act. Sounds like both points so far are just circumstantial evidence. That isn't the same as physically proving Aunt Eva's innocence. If you say that, then you're stuck right away. Eva-san was the only survivor, and she says that this is the truth. But no one can prove her innocence. Yes, that's right. And no one can prove that she committed a crime either. And the final point that justifies trusting her is the police. After all, it was such a flashy crime. The police were being pushed forward by a public in an uproar over conspiracy theories, so they must have investigated Eva-san thoroughly. It was easy to feel something unnatural about the claim that Eva had avoided the accident by coincidence, because she alone had escaped to a hidden mansion. Furthermore, at the time, Hideyoshi's company had been right in the middle of a takeover struggle, and in order to buy off the big stockholders, she wanted a large sum of cash. It shouldn't be too hard to find a motive there, but as a matter of fact, there had been nothing at all that implicated Eva as she went to the family conference. Nothing unnatural was found on her that could have been used to brutally murder her family and make it harm by being off duty on that day. Also stated... What? Also stated that they hadn't seen anything strange regarding anyone related to the event Eva included. Okay, the other servants, not the ones that were on the island and killed. Okay. There's more than one group of servants, I'm guessing. Putting all that together, it can only be concluded that Ushimiya Eva had headed to Rikinjima for a normal family conference without any change, and had encountered an accident. The police looked so intensely that they still couldn't find evidence that it was a crime. They reached that conclusion themselves. Doesn't this resolve the Rikinjima suspicion? That just means that the police couldn't find evidence that was a crime, right? There's nothing I can say to counter that. It becomes a devil's proof. Oh, you know it too. To expose it as her crime, you would simply need to find evidence. But what could you possibly find to prove her innocence? It's impossible to prove a negative fact. Did Aunt Eva commit a crime, or did she not? Because we can't find any materials that'll let us say for sure the truth will remain a mystery. So that's what you're saying, right? That's it. Phrased in a manner you would prefer, that's what it amounts to. It was impossible even for Eva-san to prove her own innocence. On that island, an unfortunate accident occurred, and Eva-san survived by chance, and we don't know any more than that. In short, it all comes down to whether you believe the story of the only survivor, Eva-san, or not. I believed. The ring and her praiseworthy love for her family. and the tears she shed at the funeral. Taking all that into consideration, there were probably many ways for her to do it, and no one knows if her relationship with her family really was that good. No one can prove that tears at a funeral are real. Anyway, I hated Aunt Ava from the very beginning, so I don't even want to believe her. Oh, so you're biased. How does one view the truth of the crime? You and I are on completely opposing sides. Even though the information we are given is exactly the same, we interpret it in completely different ways. This happens often in politics and business. The exact same enterprise will always be assessed in multiple differing ways. Do you know why? Why? It's a question of whether one has love. Whether you feel love for someone or not completely changes how you view them. If a person you like gives to the poor, you respect them for it, right? But if someone you hate starts donating, you fiercely protest that it's a publicity stunt or that they're handing out favors. So true. So fucking true. Yep. No matter what they do or don't do, you thank them if you have love and criticize them if you don't. So true. That's how the world works. Can Aunt Ava be trusted or can't she? You're saying that's all that really matters? Yep. Those who suspect her will probably take anything she does or doesn't do and truly see it as something unnatural. And it works in reverse. As for me, I think that barring certain extreme cases, truth might not exist in this world at all. No, even if truth does exist, whether you believe it or not is determined by whether you have love or not. Can you really call truth without certainty truth? Even if Ava-san had been able to show physical proof that she had an alibi, would you have been able to believe it? It's hard to counter that. I hate Aunt Ava, so I'd probably deny any information beneficial to her and interpret any neutral information in a negative way. In other words, Sumari, the truth is already decided inside me. So just what in the world is this truth that I'm still searching for and unsatisfied? People do this to me all the time. All the time people do this to me. All the fucking time. That's how it is. So no matter how you hear from me, since you still suspect Ava-san after all this time, nothing will change. At the very least, even if you were to grasp a piece of hitherto unknown information, I don't think you'd be able to reach the truth the way you are now. So I can't. Reach the truth? After all, no matter what kind of new information or proof you find, Anji-chan, it won't change your stance that Ava-san is the culprit, right? So it's pointless to investigate anything more, because the truth inside of you is already decided. However, if you stop assuming that to be the truth, if you wish to struggle further towards the deeper, real truth, there is a single way. I believe I already mentioned it, but do you know what that is? Is it love? I don't really know what you mean. Right now, you're considering this under the assumption that Ava-san is the culprit, but that's no different than looking at something with a single eye. With one eye, no matter how much you squint, you cannot see an object in 3 dimensions, right? That's why we have another eye, and of course, it's in a different position from the first eye. Yeah, it's true? Damn, he's spitting. You're telling me to look at things based on the supposition that Aunt Ava isn't the culprit, or else that it was a real accident. Yes, that is correct. Excuse me. When thinking about anything, you should always try to look at it from different perspectives. Just endlessly, and never make any decision, and then come to the conclusion that real truth doesn't exist and you don't have a strong opinion on anything at all, and become insufferable. An insufferable, spineless centrist that just has no effect on the world, because what if you're wrong? If you don't, you won't understand anything about what is real. It's the same with newspapers. You can't see anything from the single viewpoint of a writer who wrote an article in a single newspaper. Sometimes you can only interesting that such a flashy phrase would pop out of his mouth. Who are you? How long has it been? Could it be you, one of you fuckers? Who are you? Maybe he thought it interesting that such a flashy phrase would pop out of his mouth. For a while he laughed, looking pleased. At the same time, he was telling me that he'd said everything he knew, and that it was about time to leave. I understood that and got to my feet. Maybe Goda with like a hippie phase, smoked a lot of weed, got a spray tan. I don't know. To understand your feelings, Anji-chan, you should do as you like to even understand what that meant and how you must still be unable to sort out your heart. You may learn the truth and you may not. Ava-san may be the culprit and she may be a victim. I pray that you find the truth you believe in, Anji-san. A journey at such a young age may prove to be a valuable experience. Thank you very much. I'm truly sorry to be such a bother when you're so busy. Okunogi-san. Oh, it's Oko. Oko Tetsuro. Tetsuro? I know Tetsuro. Where do I know Tetsuro from? Someone has the last name Tetsuro. I know someone has the last name Tetsuro. Who has the last name Tetsuro? Someone's last name Tetsuro. I know someone has... Is it Nanjo? I know someone has last name Tetsuro. I remember seeing Tetsuro somewhere. I made it up. I made it up. I made it up. Who the fuck has the last name Tetsuro? Does someone have a last name that sounds like Tetsuro? Nanjo Terumasa. It's Terumasa. That's what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of Okay, sorry, my bad. I'm thinking of he's related to Nanjo. He's Nanjo's cousin. A leading member of the Ushiromiya group, between the time of Ava's death and Angie succeeding her position's management of the group, has fallen to core members like him in her stead. Okay. However, Angie has no desire to inherit that role, leaving the group on the brink of fracturing internally and putting Okonogi in a difficult position. He was once the president of a foodstuffs distribution company and had an intimate relationship with Hideyoshi's business. Because of that long-lasting association, Ava trusted him particularly, and he was appointed to an important post within the group. Okay, by episode 5, he's going to be on the island too. No trouble, no trouble. What are you going to do? It's not a triangle, it's a square now. Fucking Okonogi's over here on this side of the fucking chessboard. Well, that whatever works. I've made appointments with several specialists and people related to the crime, but I plan to go visit them. I see. I hope you find an answer that you can accept. Beep, beep. At that time, company president Okonogi's secretary came in, handing him a memo over his shoulder. He read it, then looked between it and my face. This is where Rudolph was taking that call. Anji-chan, my apologies that this comes at right after telling you to try going on a journey, but I have some information you should lend an ear to. It looks like you're in a bit of a nasty fix right now. People after my money? This is why money's stupid. No. Our time travel project, it's bearing fruit. Yes, but if you sell off all of the wealth, trying to donate the whole sum to the public welfare, you'll make the eyes pop out of those people optimistic about their chances with your fortune. Oh, the Sumadera family? Those guys act so proud like they're my guards or something. I haven't forgotten Aunt Ava. There's no way I can put myself in the care of the Sumadera family. They'd probably want to, as Aunt Ava often threatened in the past. Cut off my arms and legs, throw me in a warehouse, and suck the Ushiromiya family's wealth dry. Apparently, a messenger from the Sumadera family is coming here. They're saying to hand you over. No, that they want to protect you. A messenger, you say? It's your aunt, Kirie-san's younger sister, Birie. I believe she told me earlier that she thinks of you as a little sister. She's got to be joking. At least call me a granddaughter, you old hag. Judging from the context, it seems they have no wish to listen to your desires. I have a car waiting in the parking lot, 2 stories underground. Go. The Sumadera family is telling you to hand me over. Is it really okay to let me go? What fucking power do they have? You will definitely become something big in the future, Anji-chan. Let us call this a favor to be repaid upon your success. Go, quickly. After bowing silently and deeply, Angie left that place at a dash. After watching her leave, the female secretary straightened her glasses and whispered, "The Sumadera family told us to stall her. Is it really alright to let her go?" We did stall her, more than enough. If they still don't make it in time, that's their own fault. I told Angie-chan to run for it. I informed the Sumaderas that Angie-chan would be coming. Whether she's caught or not, I will not be blamed. Alright, is it time for like the Raid 2 fucking car chase scene? Everything in this world is love, you see. Don't worry, she'll escape. After all, that child's capable of leaping off a building to shake pursuers. Okonogi looked down again through a crack in the blinds, muttering, "Nope, definitely couldn't do it." Angie wasn't a fool herself. She got off the elevator, but on the 3rd floor, to save money, a taxi in the 2nd level of the basement, that's so neat and clean that I don't like it. It's probably better to refuse for now. But my enemies aren't fools either. They're probably waiting in the 1st floor lobby as well as the underground parking lot. It's such a massive building. Instead of getting anxious and escaping outside, maybe it's better to stay inside and wait it out. No, that's useless. If they get their hands on a security room in a modern building like this, I'll have nowhere to turn to. This entire building is like a massive dead end. Quick, let's steal the Sekimaya and seal them in. The 3rd floor is the business floor. A young girl like me will clearly stick out. Shit, trying not to stand out any more than I had to, I walked at a brisk pace searching for an emergency exit. It'd be perfect if that staircase was an outside one. I found the door to the emergency exit. After opening that heavy door, I found the outside staircase I'd hoped for. I bumped into a man who looked like an employee skipping work and smoking a cigarette. After glaring at me, he quickly crushed out a cigarette and went away. What a detail. It looked like there was no one below. If I'm going to escape, now is my only chance. Just when I thought that, a black car slid right under me and came to a sudden stop with an incredible squealing of the tires. Judging by the sound of tires, it seemed they had several other allies, and one of them had come here to block this path. Not bad, Aunt Katsumi. To think you'd even send a car to pick up your little sister when she's trying to get out through the emergency exit. Fucking hell. Bam, bam! The doors of the car were forcefully opened, and 3 black suited men jumped out, looking at the emergency staircase. Crap, our eyes met. 12, target found. Is this like the Chester sisters people or whatever? 12, target found. Northwest side emergency stairs, 3rd floor, send support. Anji-sama. Okay, this is dumb, right, chat? This is dumb? I think this is dumb. I think this is dumb. Doesn't she, like, maybe? I don't know. Anji-sama, try not to move from there. Forgive our roughness. 3 of them began to climb up the emergency exit. They've already announced that they plan to be rough. This is pretty bad. As long as I don't stop breathing, they've probably been ordered to grab me no matter what, even if they gotta rip out one of my arms. The rise from the lower floor is getting closer. In the entrance lobby of the building. I like the drums though. A woman with 7 black suited guards behind her advanced at a leisurely pace. Seeing this ostentatious entrance, the security guards for the building ran up to them, asking if they had an appointment. How typical of Tokyo people. Don't you understand the status of the person you are talking to without having to say her name? My apologies. At our company, guests are to take a security... Back down, scum. She kind of looks like Kyrie. I came because I was called by your president. Call Okanogi Tatsuro here. To think you would call me here and then not welcome me. How typical of Tokyo people. My apologies. Welcome to the Ushomiya group, Sumadera Kasumi-san. With the secretary behind him, Okanogi dashingly appeared from the elevator. Even though both of them wore bold smiles, they were wrapped in a tension reminiscent of the smell of gunpowder. Where is Angie? I came to greet that adorable daughter of my big sisters. Strict observance of our time is our motto here at the Ushomiya group. The former chairman herself said that those who can't keep time can't keep contracts. Ooh. You call me all the way to Tokyo, and this is all you have to show for it? You let her go, didn't you? Please, she escaped from us. We did stall her for quite some time, but unsurprisingly, she did eventually smell a rat. Of course, this wouldn't have been a problem at all if you had arrived on time, Sumadera-san. These provincials and their loose provincials? Provincials and their loose concept of time? Provincials. Yeah, it seems like it's provincials. Okay. Wow. As well as pride, because she didn't want anyone to notice that her family was declining so much that they couldn't ignore the Ushomiya family's wealth. Even at a glance, it was easy to understand why Angie hated her aunt so deeply. She couldn't even stand a slight insult, and though she still smiled, her eyebrow twitched. At that time, the black-suited man behind Katsumi whispered to her. It's not looking good, ma'am. Angie-sama has been found. We are currently dealing with her. Oh, I'm glad we made it in time. Thank you, Okanogi. It seems I can finally take my mischievous niece home. I've waited so long to talk with that girl in my tea room, with all of the tools prepared. Hee 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 hee. Clank, clank, clank. As the violent sound drew a helix, it rushed up at me from below, threatening to swallow me up. Of course, even if I fight, there's no way I'll be able to win. And yet, running into the building would be like jumping into a dead end of my own accord. My enemies will increase in number with time. If I don't do something here and now, I won't have any more chances to escape. Then, 3 muscular black-suited men came into view below me. 1, 2, 3. 3 people. In other words, Sumari, everyone who had gotten out of the car. If there had been just one of them, I might be able to drop-kick them or something and smash them in the head, which might work. Okay, jump over this and steal their car. But it really would be impossible with 3 of them. Wait, 3? If there's just 3, I should be able to make it. I can do it! Take a deep breath. Ah! What? You idiot, stop! Look out! Wah! O2, calling 12. Is the package secure? We received a response. What happened? Respond. She's crazy, damn it. Ugh. Ow, ow. See, that worked out perfectly, didn't it? There was just 3 of them after all. I've already tried that once from a higher place. She's the witch of jumping off tall places. I knew I'd be able to jump down just 3 floors. It's a good thing the car that came in was right beneath me. Even if it wasn't as pleasant as a trampoline, it broke my fall. A little gently, a little roughly. How rude. You didn't have to dent that much. The roof of the car broke my fall, leaving a massive dent around my body. Car roofs are surprisingly delicate. I don't think it's because of my weight. Apparently, the 3 people on the stairs hadn't planned on me jumping down. It seemed they now realized that they'd been outwitted, and they were rushing down the stairs. I've got to run and escape while I still have the chance. I moved my body, making clunking sounds on the car roof. But I'd be naive. Of course they wouldn't all rush up the stairs without leaving one person behind. There was one black-suited man left in the driver's seat of the car that had broken my fall. He stuck his head out the window, and when he realized what had fallen on him, he jumped out. In a rush, I jumped off the roof, but the black-suited man's reaction was really fast. Either there was a massive reward for capturing me, or there'd been some harsh punishment in store if they let me get away. 15, secured. Alright, we're overdue for break. Shit. Ow, 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 ow. Ack, don't touch me like that, let go. Okay, how many lines are we away from break this time? 7? 21? 900 lines? No good place for break? Alright, let's see if she gets away or something like that. Let's give it a couple more lines. Let's see. I was mercilessly held down against the asphalt. I was being crushed face down, covered and pressed upon from above. It was a hold without a trace of elegance, but it was extremely practical and left me no room for resistance. I tried to push back. Is it all over now? Yeah. The man that had been crushing me let out a sharp cry. He was yelling straight into my ear, making my left ear ring. What in the world? Along with the black suit guy, I fell with a thunk. After landing face up, the first thing I saw was an arm stuck out right in front of my eyes. What are you doing here? Holy shit, it's Amakusa! Let's talk about that after we've lost them. Amakusa Juza. The Yakuza. To the car, quickly, lady. Amakusa grabbed my arm, easily pulled me up, spinning me around with himself as the center of gravity. Are you one of the good Kirei-san fucking relatives? It's Nagito? Just when I thought it was a little like a dance, he flung me through the open door into the driver's seat. I climbed over the handbrake and slid into the passenger seat. Pushing me in, Amakusa also got into the driver's seat. Since we suddenly accelerated while I was still on all fours, I had to kick and struggle around on the chair for a while, like a turtle that's been flipped. Okay, so that's been resolved. Let's take a break now while the fucking elephant is going nuts. Anyway, I'll be right back in about 5 minutes. I'm gonna go maybe make another tea. I don't know if I want to make another tea. Do I want another tea? Do I want another tea? I don't know if I want another tea or not. I don't know. Thank you, Yuri was taken for the bits. Mirio, this chapter, without love I cannot be seen. Oh, we read that one already. I'm sorry. Thank you, a Pepsi Addict, for gifting a sub to Okanogi. Welcome, Okanogi. All the characters get a gift sub. Yeah, another one from Pepsi Addict to Amakusa Juza. Thank you very much. And thank you, Ecto-san, for the resub also. Thank you, Ecto-san. Honestly, I gotta say, another meta experience that this story has given me is that because I really do like the story, I am expecting good things from it, and like maybe letting some things go that I wouldn't otherwise in some other stories, because it's earned the right to faff about a little bit. Another meta experience. That's why it's really important to set tone and stuff at the beginning of a lot of stories, and also if you start out really strong, then later on enough. There can be a story. There can be 2 stories that are about even in overall quality. But if one starts out stronger at the beginning and then has like a dip, you can kind of climb back out of that. But if another story starts out with a lot of relentless like bad shit, you can just check out before you can even get to the good stuff. And even when you get to the good stuff, you're just like, yeah, this is probably just a fucking accident. Who knows? Probably not intentional. I don't appreciate that. Yeah. I think that can happen. I know, right? The first 4 hours are really important. I know. That's just how good that parlor scene was. Okay. Be back. What about Mouse's endorsement as another meta layer? We don't talk about that.
Okay, hello chat. Hello, hello, hello. Ooh, the music.
We were making tea in the kitchen earlier and saw the title of the stream on the mobile UI and misread it as episode 4, a new Tulpa. Elephants are going hard. I'm pretty tired, chat. I don't know if we're gonna do another scene after this, but we'll see. I'll see how I feel. I have a protein bar. I will try and eat it quietly. There's no way I'm gonna be able to just eat this quietly. Never mind. I'm rewrapping the protein bar. I will have a sip of water. I have a tea steeping. I don't know if I'm gonna drink it though. Have you considered doing a theorizing stream once you finish the question arcs? I'm not sure. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do that for that long. If I had like a whatchamacallit, if I had like a bunch of information, like all oh man, people are feel so strongly about this. Wow. Wow. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't know if I could do that. If I had all the information in front of me, maybe. Do a review stream going through some of the stuff, maybe? I don't know. Thank you, GG, this stream for the resub as well. Thank you very much. His heart was sewed, just like a chase scene in some action movie. I was shaken by this horrible driving and had trouble sitting back down. Are you hurt, lady? How big is this car? I'm fine. Humans are surprisingly durable. Next time I try to escape a downward moving elevator, I'll jump out a window instead. A lot of mistakes we're catching. Yeah, I guess air dives are a hobby of yours, lady. Still, I'd recommend you grab a parachute next time. Sure, if I remember to do it after leaping. Another cross. Huh. Yeah, cool. Whoo. He smacked the steering wheel, guffawing. Need an explanation for this flippantly talking man? His name is... Okay, who's talking? His name is Amakusa Juza. He was originally one of Aunt Ava's guards. Didn't she start to hate him because he chatted too much? He was much younger than the rest of the guards, but contrary to his outward flippancy, he'd hopped from the 1st Airborne of the JSDF to the French Foreign Legion, placing himself in overseas private military companies and high-class security companies one after another, making for a pretty incredible and unique career. But I heard he deserted both the JSDF and the French Foreign Legion, and that he'll be arrested if he enters France again. Both of these flippant episodes were very typical of him. I think he went back to France, they would just give up on trying to get him. The guards were sternly told not to chat with me unnecessarily, but he came and took a pass at me, didn't he? Aunt Ava was apparently particularly put off by that and had supposedly dismissed him shortly before she died. It's been a while since I've heard that carefree tone. What happened after you got fired? I was coaching some people at Blackwater. When I came back to the country during my time off, President Okanogi offered me a high wage. So you deserted again? I wonder how a man like that can be useful for anything. Doesn't count as desertion as long as I come back by next week. I talked with him yesterday. I was told that some troublesome people might come and call on you, lady. Sorry, that turned out to be exactly right. My name probably came up since I know you and I've got lots of crazy experience. Thanks to you, it looks like I'm in for a happy vacation plus some pocket money. So, Okanogi-san employed you as my guard. Why aren't you employing yourself as, you're a guard? Like, you have a lot of money too, right? Like, what's going on? You seem really smart. When you, know that the other family's gonna do this, maybe this is the first time you're hearing about it. I don't know, actually. I don't have information. But this whole setup seems kind of dumb and you feel like you don't have any agency. I don't know, man. He probably wants to buy some gratitude from you, lady. After I got fired, I was indebted to President Okanogi in various ways. He's got some dirt on me here and there, and now I can't say no to him. Yeah. Seems that getting indebted to Okanogi-san can be pretty costly later on. So what are you planning on taking me? Anywhere. I'm employed until the weekend. Anything after that will cost you extra. How much per day? I'll take 50,000 plus expenses. If you stop cracking jokes, I'll double it. The period of employment isn't fixed yet. It might take several weeks. That'll be tough. I'll have to call my boss to get an extension on my vacation. More than anything, I want to investigate that day. Oh, is this about Rikinjima? Exactly. What happened on that island 12 years ago? I want to investigate it with my own hands to my satisfaction. Do you really expect to find anything new investigating something that old? True. But this is a journey for my own self-satisfaction. Once it's over, I'll just throw my hands up and go over to the Sumadera family. Didn't Aunt Katsumi say something about how she wanted to serve me some... Matcha? Maybe she'll serve me tea as I kneel on sharp wooden blocks, clutching stones or something. Ooh, damn, that sounds freaky. Yeah. My apologies, we lost sight of them. A single man thought to be an associate assisted in her escape. Judging by his possession of a stun gun and his driving skills, he's no amateur. I see, thank you. What a shame, Okanogi. Shall I take this as your answer? Letting her get away was your blunder. It has nothing to do with me. I do wish to prepare some matcha for you as well in the near future. The next time you're in Kyoto, please stop by. I'm going. Oh, are you leaving already? Okay, another thing I'm understanding is, like, how is she so powerful with the other family? Meanwhile, they seem to be on, like, the back foot here, even though Ava apparently, like, made the company skyrocket in wealth. I don't understand this. Maybe I'm stupid? I don't know. Are you leaving already? I could offer you some chazuki first. Cackle, cackle. With her back still facing Okanogi, she laughed softly, but with an increasingly shrill and hateful tone, using that as a substitute for a sharp parting remark. Just as she stopped laughing, her features suddenly changed to look like a demon's. But because her back was facing him, Okanogi couldn't see that expression, but we could. Okanogi watched her go, laughing coolly. His secretary whispered over his shoulder. Fuck, are you sure about this? Milady Angie is our company's primary stockholder. If the Sumadara family becomes her guardian. I get it. But you know, we're the world-famous Ushiramiyas. You can't let them take us lightly. Still, it looks like that guy managed it pretty well. All that's left is to let Angie-chan do as she pleases. I'm counting on you, Amakusa. Kasumi-sama. The escaping car was a rental. The license plate they displayed was a fake. We're clearly dealing with a pro. They'll probably abandon the car. Pursuit will be difficult. Should we have the police chase them? Yes. Shall we have them search for our runaway daughter? They're getting paid with our taxes, so the police must be of some use every once in a while. Ho 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 ho. When I left the mansion, I boldly told Mother to leave it to me, didn't I? Do you intend to embarrass me further? It looks like it might be better for me to serve some matcha for everyone at once, doesn't it? Our underground tea room is cramped, so you have to wait in line. No, we will search with everything we have. She really is a cute kid, just like Nason. Especially the way she freewheels and does as she pleases. Now I can't see anything but Nason. I'm truly looking forward to it. If only I could invite Nason's daughter to my tea room, right? Ho 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 ho. The Sumadera family sure moved quickly. Did Okanogi-san sell me out? You're joking. He's my client. If he sold you out, he wouldn't have hired me, right? I guess that's true. So that's what you got off the elevator. So that's why you got off the elevator at the 3rd floor. Him having a car waiting in the underground parking lot was just too convenient. I figured Okanogi-san sold me out. Though I guess by now it's impossible to prove whether there was an ambush set up in the parking lot or not. I see. That poor president guy. Looks like you don't trust him a bit, lady. That car in the basement was mine. Huh? He was talking about you, Amakusa? I freaked out when the elevator came and was empty. I wonder what would have happened by now if I hadn't been listening on the radio. So what's going on? If I'd obediently believed Okanogi-san and gone to the parking lot, there would have been no need for me to do that jump off the 3rd floor? Pretty much, yeah. Well, it turned out okay in the end. What the hell? If I hadn't suspected President Okanogi, I could have easily escaped without getting closed and concluded that he sold me out. Because of my inability to believe him, regardless of his truth, my truth became he sold me out. I thought back on what President Okanogi's words. Can you really call truth without certainty truth? Truth can change completely depending on whether you have love or not. In the end, perhaps truth itself doesn't exist. There are many interpreted truths as there are people who speak of the truth. If I can't accept something that fluid as truth, where does the truth that I really want to find exist? And is it something I'll be able to see with my eyes? Even if someone sticks the truth right there in front of me and says it's the truth, I might not be able to see it. Without love, it cannot be seen, huh? No? This fragment of yours is very lively. It doesn't bore me. I I mean, were you here for the whole Maria conversation? You told me something. You commanded me to search for the truth 12 years ago, but there's something I'm not getting. What's that? What is truth? There are as many truths as there are people. There are as many interpretations as there are people, and those can be twisted by opinions and changed indefinitely. Is truth really that unfixed or vague? That's right. Truth is unfixed. It can be like a particle or a wave, and it can hold conflicting forms at the same time. You are free to believe that the cat in the box is alive or dead. Schrodinger's cat box, but the truth is very delicate. It can change its appearance just by being observed. You're talking about stuff like Schrodinger's cat box? Nonsense. If you open the box... Oh shit. Oh shit. I just remembered the cat box thing. Oh no. Sorry, one of the first ever conversations I had with Mouse in DMs was Mouse trying to get me to set this up because that's how we started DMing, was just like, hey, like, I've been chosen as a representative to help you get the 07th mod set up. That's how me and Mouse started talking. Two options. I could get a copy of the PlayStation whatever thing on eBay or whatever, and get the PlayStation 3 version, or I could do the 07th mod version. So I went on eBay trying to find a copy of it to see if I could find one, and I was pasting like the crazy fucking titles of the things I was finding to her, being like, is it this one? Is it this one? And then one of them was something like Umineko fucking cat box or something like that. And I remember saying to her, like, in Canada, a cat box is a litter box, so this title is really funny to me. And she said, like, you shouldn't be fucking reading those titles, dumbass. So yeah, I just remembered the cat box thing. Fuck. The cat box. Okay, that makes sense now. All right, that makes sense. Jelly has a message. Did you hear about the time Joseph Anderson's monocoin economy crashed? Apparently they had a tradition of coin flip bets during stream breaks, and it got pretty popular. Anyway, the mods always made sure to include the possibility of the coin landing on its edge. As it turns out though, the mods decided to use democracy to manipulate the outcome. I heard some of them even use the Chester sisters to make a meme out of it. Google Joseph Anderson bunny girl edging to learn more. Okay, all right, okay. In all seriousness, we gotta talk about edging. All right, so here we go. We have to talk about edging. I think that if the result is an edge, that you should go again. Okay, you should go again. Don't accept the edge. Don't put it in. And by that I mean take edge off of the coin flip bet, and if it lands on an edge, in reality, fucking just flip it for heads or tails again and just do a do-over, because no one is ever going to believe you that it landed on edge unless you have a fucking video camera filming the whole thing. There's no way. So unless you're gonna film edging, no one's gonna believe you, okay? So just take it off of the Dalmec lol in the middle of that means so much to me. Unless you're gonna film every coin toss, okay? Fucking just get it off there. It's just heads or tails, okay? It's just heads or tails. No one's ever gonna believe you. You have no love? I do not have love, no. I film all my coin tosses in slow motion with my phone. Says Rodney. Oh, my tea. Okay, let's see if we can finish the scene. Hold on. That's right. And yet, in order to deny that abstract theory, you need to open the box. It's impossible to negate any idea about the contents of a box that cannot be opened. This is what truth is. As long as truth isn't denied, it keeps its form. That's right. As long as truth isn't observed, it keeps its form. In other words, Sumari, if it isn't exposed, any reckless statement can suffice as truth. Yes, even if they contradict each other, endless ideas can exist as truth at the same time without being negated. Put up 12 years ago for all eternity can exist as truth as long as we don't know what happened 12 years ago. This witch called Beatrice forcibly made room for endless imaginings of the Rikkinjima of 12 years ago, enveloping all of it inside a cap box. Everything inside the unopenable box is truth. That's right. We don't know what happened on that island, so it becomes up. I just have to wrench it open. But that box was closed up 12 years ago, and I don't even know where it is. Even if I visit Rikkinjima, just what can I learn about what happened 12 years ago on that desolated island? Desolated island, who knows? I wonder what you could learn. This is something that can only be done by the person who is able to walk around freely in the world of 1998, 12 years in the future. The final witch, Angie Beatrice. Beatrice's game board lasts 2 days, from October 4th, 1986 to the 5th. In other words, Sumari, you're a piece who can move freely outside her game board, and even Beatrice cannot influence this future that lies outside the game board. If you say it like that, it sounds like I'm a pretty overpowered piece. The future 12 years later in which you are placed certainly is distant. However, the further a piece is placed in the future, the stronger the power it holds. What? I told you, didn't I? The truth changes its appearance when it is observed. The fuck are you talking about? There's fucking riffing over there. What do you mean, come to think of it? I heard something like that once. Even if one day, all of a sudden, a star in the constellation Centaurus were to explode, the light from that explosion would have to cross 4.4 light years, so it would take 4.5 years to reach the Earth. That's right. In other words, even if the sun in Centaurus has already died, people on Earth won't be able to perceive that fact for 4.5 years, because no method of perception exists that is faster than the speed of light. Wow. They believe in the speed of light? Wow. Do they also believe in the moon landing? When we learn that the sun in Centaurus has exploded, we Earth people will paint over our history of 4.5 years ago with a new truth. We will revise history with the new fact that it exploded 4.5 years ago. However, for the 4.5 year period until we learn that, despite the fact that it has already died, the mistaken truth that the sun of Centaurus still exists will be able to exist as true. Okay, that actually, you know what? That's actually not a bad way of saying that. Yeah, I like that actually. The truth of the future wins against the truth of the past. Yeah. That's another way of explaining that something that just because something is objective doesn't mean that it's true. And what we consider to be objective is it can change. Yeah, that's a really elegant way of saying that, I think. Yeah. A lot of people get them mixed up all the time, like with objective and subjective and all that shit. It's really frustrating. It's really fucking frustrating. Okay, we're not getting to the break, so I'm gonna go make my tea. I'll be right back. I'm going to keep the mic open though, so if you hear someone talking, it's not me. Okay, I really need to stop doing that. Holy shit. Okay, I really need to stop. That was dangerous. I have to duck in here because of my blanket fort for the sound suppression. And when I duck in, sometimes I like hold the tea like as I'm crouching over the keyboard. So if I get knocked in my arm or something, I'm gonna spill tea all over my keyboard. I need to stop doing that. I need to put it down. Professional setup. Yeah, I need to get something a bit more permanent. Yeah. Japanese and indeed many other languages have different norms that have a decently hard tolerance for repetition of words without purpose. Whereas, as you know, as an author, you need to vary up words in somewhat adjacent sentences in English unless you're trying for a deliberate parallel or a 3+ over and over repetition. It just sounds bad otherwise. Part of the job of a Japanese English translator is playing thesaurus, but not excessively, with the same word used in Japanese multiple times close together, especially when it's a certain kind of word. So perhaps half the time, maybe a little less. When you see that, it's a problem with the translation, and is definitely an issue with Uminekos. Oh, that's interesting. Is that true? That's interesting if true, yeah. Why is that not a norm in Japanese, some other languages? Is it because of the way that the sounds work, or is it just different standards? I would really curious if it's just a standard thing. I'd be really curious to know why the hell English has that standard, because I don't know if I was just like, that's just an innate part of the language, or if I was just inflicted on me. But like, I hate it when things are just repeated constantly. Don't ask chat, they don't know. Chat is surprisingly resourceful and smart. Like, it's when you look at chat as a collective that you sometimes get people screaming at each other. But like I guarantee there's like a bunch of really knowledgeable people in chat right now. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Eight years of Japanese studies here, and it is true. Repetition in Japanese can be used as a way to highlight things. Well, it's the same in English too. I think it's a different kind of repetition, right? But I think that's what you're saying. Okay. English has more synonyms. By the by, I ran that rant past a translator friend. A lot of it was changed before it got to you. Oh, okay, cool. It was workshopped. Interesting. The other translation is much better. I guess we're gonna have to read it twice. Forgot to mention this many streams ago. Okay, this is the last chat message I'm going to read right now, and then we're going to continue reading. And I don't know if we're going to continue after this scene. I don't know. It's almost at 5 hours. The Virgilia's Brawn Tube thought experiment is that Battler already looked into the Brawn Tube, so to speak, because he already existed outside of the island before. Virgilia equated looking into the Brawn Tubes with leaving the island, if I remember correctly. Maybe she was also implying that Battler should forget everything he thinks he knows about the possibility of magic in the outside world. The way you explained that there, I don't remember the exact wording, but that sounds like opening the cat box again to me, like getting outside and then opening it. Because right now you're in the cat box, so it's like it's like a quantum state. No, is quantum the right word? It has to collapse into one uniform reality, and that's the reality that actually goes forward. And that's why she's saying it's fragments, I'm guessing. So it's like until it collapses is all the different ways that reality can fragment in all different directions. I don't know though. I don't even know if this is true or not right now. It's kind of. Maybe it's just metafiction, I don't know. In Japanese is, I said I wasn't gonna read anymore. In Japanese is often preferred to echo something rather than just say yes or no. This is why things are echoed so much. So that's why things are echoed so much. Okay. That's right. By itself, the Rikijima accident gave rise to nothing but suspicion of a conspiracy involving Aunt Ava and the Ushiromiya family assets. But later on, it was dramatized and linked to the occult. They even made a movie, and the conspiracy was painted over by the legend of the witch. Even though it was clambered over as a conspiracy at the time of the crime, later on, strange occult theories which claimed that it was the work of the witch ran rampant and began to paint over the truth of October 5th, 1986. The conspiracy theories will probably be forgotten over time, and only the more bizarre and impressive witch theory will continue to remain as superstition, eventually covering up the conspiracies. That's right. The false truth that exists before the light from an exploding star reaches Earth is almost like the conspiracy theory, which is a human theory. The wine bottle with a letter in it that drifted ashore several years later, the message bottle painted over that theory and made things return to the occult theory, which is a witch's theory. Okay, so is that true too? The message bottle is the same as Ava, or is it all the different endings or have a little bit of canon in them? And is like you're stuck in it too? Is another layer of that? So does that mean everyone's dead except for Ava permanently, or no? Or can we change what the story happened? Because with that framing, the reality that we're in right now with Angie seems to be the one that is actually locked in, and then you have to find out what really happened. But by finding out what really happened, can you bring people back to life? No? It's definitely kind of magic sci-fi thing. I don't know. I don't know if that is that kind of story? I don't know. Like, I mean, they're saying that, oh, like, so many different versions of truth exist, and you can see which one you want, and that one can become reality. But there's, at the end of the day, if there's like if Battler has a dead body somewhere that was found in the mansion and he's buried, there's no amount of like investigating and rewriting history is gonna make him just not be dead. Right now, it seems to be pivoting over to Angie being the actual real main character all along, which is odd. I would have expected this to happen after the 4th episode, not the 3rd one. Okay. That's right. A witch didn't exist during 1986. The witch took control over Kinjima because she was observed several years later by us humans of the future thanks to the message bottle. A small revision is necessary. The witch could have existed even during 1986 as one of many endless possibilities that can exist. Certainly, she disappeared. She disappeared if she were observed, so she curls up inside the cat box. That's what makes the message bottle so nasty. The witch tried to get out of the box. She made it so that she'd be observed, weeding out possibilities that conflicted with the witch theory. In other words, Sumari, to make it impossible to negate her, she negated all possibilities other than the witch theory. What the hell? So in other words, Sumari, Beatrice satisfied the devil's proof with a frontal attack, and that was a part of the witch's plan from the beginning. The message bottle is information observed in the future after 1986. It cannot be observed by Beatrice or Battler. It can only be observed by Angie Beatrice. I really didn't want to investigate the message bottle. After all, reading that would be like listening to the witches say. Listening to the witches say. What? What does that mean? That's normal? Is it? That's correct? Is it? Oh, okay. After all, I mean, I would like listen to the witches say. Oh, like have my say? Oh God, I don't know. That seems still awkward to me. I would never write something like that. And you know me, I'm an amazing writer. I would really never write something like that. I don't like that at all. If that's fine, okay, that's okay. But like, that seems super awkward to me. I would rewrite that sentence. I thought the witch theory was just a crazy fantasy, so I thought of it nothing more than a waste of time. But Okunogi-san told me, you can't see things in 3 dimensions with only one eye. You mean that while looking at it from the viewpoint of denying witches, you must also look at it from the viewpoint of accepting witches. That's a correct way of thinking. The number of viewpoints is like a denominator. You can have one viewpoint. If you have one viewpoint, the mystery in the numerator doesn't decrease in the slightest. However, the more your number of viewpoints increases, the more the mystery begins to be divided, I understand. There was a message bottle that washed up on a neighboring island several years after the crime that passed into the hands of the Delante? I spelt it wrong? Hold on. TT, double T. Dilettante. A person who cultivates an area of interest such as the arts without real commitment or knowledge. Dilettante. I made an appointment with him just in case. I was able to hear Aunt Ava's say from Okunogi-san. Next up is the witches say. Why don't I listen? To Beatrice's say. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Okay, so it's 10 to 5 hours of streaming, and I think that the next chapter is an hour long. So if I continue now, I'm committing to another hour. I'm going to be completely honest with you, chat. I don't think I have an hour in me. So I think I'm done. So apologies for the somewhat shorter stream today. I mean, it's not that short. We did do fan art, and you know, we yapped a little bit. It's also like extremely hot in here. I don't know why it's so hot in here. So I think we're gonna stop here. Sorry, instead of just killing me. Especially since I should like chill tonight and get some sleep and be ready for Returnal tomorrow, which I think I already have. I think I already bought it. Yeah, I have it, but it's not installed, so I have to uninstall something for it because I'm like tapped on hard drive space right now. Before I go, thank you to Tell Venom for the resub. Umineko on a weekday? What a nightmare. We do Umineko on a weekday every week now. Every Tuesday is Umineko day. Tuesdays and Saturdays. Have you had something to eat? I've had 2 meals today, so I'm doing really well. I might even eat a third one for the first time in fucking like I don't know how long. I usually only eat twice with like a snack or two. Thank you. Yuri was taken for the bits. Rudolph and Nikki, did you see? It seems the monocoin market is going through a bit of an upset. It seems like the monocoin company is now publicly traded and thus decided by the investors. And seemingly those investors are choosing the coin flip should land on edge. Don't you have stakes on that, Nikki? Kraus, oh, thank you for being so considerate, Rudolph-san, but I wouldn't put all my investments into a coin flip. That would be ridiculous. Kraus mentally. My fucking monocoins, no. Okay, let's save it. Let's save it. Are you enjoying this episode? What episode would you say is the best beginning? I am enjoying the episode. I think probably the best beginning is probably going to be episode 3. I think that has the best beginning of them all. I don't know. I think that episode 2 does not start off that slowly. It's just that, or doesn't start off that badly. I just feel like they could have cut a bunch of those scenes down a little bit. But there is something to be said about at the end of the episode, just having like a period of just like, okay, let's take down the tension and build it back up again over all the episodes. It's meant to be a reset. It just got a little boring in episode 2 at the beginning. And this has been a little boring too at episode 4. Like I feel like some of the scenes have gone on a bit long. That might be a criticism that will remain true for the whole entire story so far. Like almost every single scene could probably be about 20% shorter at the minimum. Okay, there's gonna be very few scenes I'm gonna be like, yep, that's a perfect length scene. I would say like you could cut off 20% of almost every single scene, and in some cases I think you could even trim off like 50%. I don't like, it's not that I don't like the content. I like the point that's being said and I like what's going on. I just didn't need that many words to say it, and I feel like it can drag on. Yeah, especially stuff like the tower scenes and everything like that. I think you could take some stuff out. There's been several times, like even in a part where I'm enjoying it, I'm like, okay, I get it. Like even what we just saw with her trying to escape the building, it wasn't that long, but even then, by the end, I was like, okay, I get it. I don't know. Opinions on Maria so far as a character, as a person? I remember at one point you mentioned you did not like her. I don't like the creepy kid trope. I don't like that she doesn't make sense to me, and I don't know if that's because I don't understand the story or what, but like, yeah, she still makes me uncomfortable, but maybe that's the point. When she's not doing the witch bit, she seems fine as a person. As a character, I feel like she's being used quite well, and especially as a child character. Child characters are usually hard to use properly in media, so she's interesting. However, a lot of time when she opened her mouth at the beginning, it was just to repeat, no, she exists, ooh, just repeating the same kind of thing. And I guess, and I understand now looking back how important that was to add to the creepiness. It's like the witch was always in the room with you the whole entire time. She's a stand-in for Beatrice in episode 1 without actually having to show her. So it's like, it's a constant reminder, you know what I mean? So that's, she played that well. And she had the scariest moment in the whole entire story so far is when her face changed to that. However, it is still kind of, she's a little annoying sometimes still to me. I don't know. She's less relevant now after episode 1. I feel like this is the first time they've used her properly, effectively, on her own merits. Whereas I feel like in episode 2, she was there mostly to uplift Rose's story rather than Maria. It's instead. I thought the bunny girls were scary personally. With those ears, really? Wow. I said this in chat earlier, but you and Battler were tricked because the witch's chromosomes are hex. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. Cool. Cool. RT's life? Okay, we'll raid RT game. It's just RT game, right? That's it? Yep, that's it. How goes getting through your DMs? Really hard. 2 of them I answered today were fairly in depth. So, yeah. Bye, Tom. See you later. Have a good one, chat. I'll see you tomorrow for Returnal. Hopefully I like it. And then I'll see you on Saturday for more Umineko. And then 1000 Exorcists next week. And then Baldur's Gate 3, I think. Yep. See you later. Have a good one. See you later, chat, if you stuck around.